Check, check, check. Yo, what's up, everybody? Hey, what's up, Gina? Hope you're doing well. Are you still there, Gina? So I'll answer your questions if you're still there. Pokemon Pokopia looks great. I was actually thinking about getting it myself, but I have too many things I'm playing. Thank you, Moonlight Mage. Thank you. Thank you. Be sure to smash the like button, everybody. Also, yeah, it's like crazy weather here too. Like it's like, okay, Gene, I'll answer your question in a second, so I don't want to forget this. But it's related to the weather that it's been like it's like Mother Nature just has been skipping spring, where it's either like right now it's really cold. The other day it was like not even like spring weather, it was like summer. Like hot summer, and it's been like back and forth of this like bipolar weather. So I'm assuming Gina's probably experiencing the same thing, and right now it's snowing. And yesterday it was like super hot, or yesterday was actually kind of nice out, but it was still like a summer day. And then now it's like snowing. So, and yeah, Gina, Pokemon Pokopia, I actually was gonna get it, but I wanted to get silver in Valorant, which we did. We got silver yesterday. Way overdue. I've been MVPing too many matches, and I kept getting better and better and better, and I'm just gonna keep MVPing until I get silver. Because honestly, in solo queuing ranked in Valorant is like, because you guys have seen I get diamond in any other first person shooter in a few hours or 2 days. This is a different situation. Is cracked. What does that mean? The weather? What does that mean? That sounded like a Noopy message. That sounded like a Noopy message. Okay. So, okay, a few things. If anything, I'm going to try to, like, take it easy today. I'm going to try to take it easy today the best that we can. I want to start with this Time Takers game. The weather. Yeah. But what does that mean, cracked? I've never heard someone... That's a Noopy message. Okay, let me try this Time Takers demo. I got into the playtest for Time Takers. Okay, let's just do that. Hopefully this works. And also, because, like, I talk about it, but, when I'm not streaming, I stream every day for years and years and years now. Content every day, over 3,100 videos, almost 2 million views. And when I'm not streaming, I'm making an indie game, so... Sometimes, but I kind of... Yeah, I hate... Okay, whatever. Mother Nature. It's the cracked part that I never heard that before. Cracked weather, all good. I understand what you're saying. I understand the context. I just never heard saying weather is cracked. Okay, so Warcraft tells me this crap too, and it's fine. I don't care. Like, it's fine. Oh, server under maintenance? I'm trying to play... Hold up. What the heck is going on? Not in test hour. Please check the schedule. Okay. So tomorrow... Woo! Love this game, baby. Time Takers. Okay. So I'll come back tomorrow. Gene, I gotta remove that message. I'm just assuming there was like a lost in translation thing going on there. I try not to have any inappropriate things in chat. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. So I was gonna play that. That was my plan for that. I could just hop in the marathon. We could just do that. We could just do that, right? Yeah, let's try marathon. Let's try marathon. Let me move this over here. Yeah, if you get Pokemon Pokopia, let me know. But the only thing though is I have a feeling I'd play Pokemon Pokopia for like a few days, and then I'd probably like I think games typically not saying it's always going to be like this, but yeah, I tend to like games that are like a challenge, you know, but it looks really adorable. If it was like free to play or something, I would definitely play it or whatever. But I like competitive games, or I also have like a lot of games I'm into right now. All right, you're good, Gina. You're good. I figured it was like a mistake, and I just try to keep things, positive. It's all good. Um, all right. So this I like this game a lot. I'm still really confused by it. But let's hop into a match. I sort of like. Yeah, let's just hop in a match. Also, I had. Yeah, I know. I heard you, Gina. You're good. Hopefully, do you guys hear me? Let me just double check. Check. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Don't worry about it, Gina. I took care of it. We're good. Um, I was trying to talk about something, but let me just think. Yo, what's up? What's up, guys?
Wishes you error-free operations and optimal outcomes.
All right, team, follow me. Oh God, what? Dude, are these not...
Repositioning.
I think the...
Need a job.
Harry operator, okay, you're good.
Inconvenient.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Down. Almost ready.
Wait, can I res him? There you go. I don't want to be sitting reading stuff all the time. Backpack full, depleted. I don't know what is good. You know what I mean? I don't... Okay. And the exfils, I guess, show up later. Let me also, while I have a chance to... Alright, that's sold, okay. Oh, the icons show you.
Closes in 20 minutes.
Here.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Alright.
Here, then gone.
And what did it say? Man, okay. All good.
Deploying drone.
Also, is the stream working? Yes, it is. Oh. Alright,
Careful here.
I sort of get sensory overload with this game, but I like it though, like I keep saying. I think just having fun. I'm really good at the combat part.
Shields are gone.
Wait, what? What is that? Oh! Oh! Was that a AI? Dang. right, let me blow out the candle. Never mind, I did. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't hear people again. Son of a beast thing. I probably gotta... Okay, hold up. I guarantee it's that hands-free telephone-y thing. I'll do it after the match. So I don't...
Always have an escape plan.
Oh my gosh, actually... Oh, nice.
Warning, reinforcements detected. Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
Amped up.
Going loud.
There is a nearby profit opportunity.
Yes! Finally. But alright, I gotta fix the audio. Let's freaking go. Nice. So then, where's my vault? Oh. Once again, this game intrigues the hell out of me. Yo, 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 hey, Moonlight Mage. What up, Butterball? I like this game a lot, but it's very confusing, but... So wait, and then... All final expos after order stuff. Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was. I see. Then, so then I keep that loadout. Oh, I see. Let me turn down the heat too. So that's ammo, and then that needs... Yeah, the game is cool. So also, do I have any shields? I do. I'm starting to understand a little more about this game. I'm starting to understand a little more. Oh yeah, I wanted to fix the, hold up, yeah. This has been, I knew this was going to be a pain. So I'm going to have to, like, every stream, until they fix this, probably have to do this. I wish it would just save the setting. But then watch, then it does this, then I have to, all good.
Power off. Power on.
I'm gonna have to do that every time. You know, I honestly may just get a wired headset soon. I think I gotta go back to wired headset. Putting a reminder. Okay. Let me think real quick. Also for funsies, I'm gonna come back to Marathon. I'm gonna hop in. Let me make sure OBS is good. Good. So tomorrow is Call of Duty and Time Takers. That was not smart of Time Takers to put their playtest the same time as the Call of Duty mode coming out. Alright, yeah, we're gonna load Valorant. I'm very curious. Well, it's going to be cool. Marathon, they're going to be adding a ranked mode, but it's like you have to buy your loadout. Has to have a certain ante amount. Like in poker, like you pay an ante. and then you have to get other people's like holo tags and then exfil with it, and it needs to be more than what you started with, and you like level up that way, something like that. It's gonna be interesting. Today might be one of these days where I'm sort of jumping around games because I like to get a little bit of marathon in at a time. I will admit that a game, it's got so much going on, it still kind of confuses me. But I sort of like that. But I don't want to, we'll probably come back to it. Let's see what's in the store. All right, let's get warmed up. You know what I wouldn't mind? I wouldn't mind doing a swift play. And also, I wanted to check the battle pass. So I'm literally on like the last thing. There's 5 days left. I did want to finish it just to do that. 3,600. Oh, if I do like any one of those, whatever. Let's do swift play. Oh, Mel, may I join? Come on, Mel. Come on, Mel. Invite me. Invite me. Invite me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yo.
Hello, hello.
Let's go. Oh, Mel, I got silver yesterday.
Good job.
And I beat an Ascendant 1 player. Because after the game, I asked him, I'm like, bro, tell me the truth. And he was like, oh, I'm Ascendant 1 on my other account. I knew it. So thank you. Yeah.
Against silver, then he's just straight ass.
You're like way better than he was.
You haven't seen me play in a long ass time.
Oh, you left an impression, okay? I always see your rank like in the lobby. Are you like currently platinum or what?
Sadly.
Got you. I'm diamond in other
now.
games. You what?
I'm boosted.
Oh, you're boosted. Are you really? You play with someone that's really good? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I boosted myself.
Oh, you... True. That's what I had to do.
No, I play with Sleepy here. My comp duo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is that... He's in here now?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, there's 3 of
Nice.
us. What? You didn't notice?
No, I knew that, but you said his name is Sleepy Hair.
No,
Sleepy
it's
so
Sleepy
sound.
who's here.
Oh, okay. God. Sorry, I overcalled
Sorry,
that.
I'm eating like berries while trying to talk, so.
You're good, you're good.
If you talk and I just don't answer, it's probably because I have a berry in my mouth.
Fair enough. This is my warm-up, by the way, so don't expect this like MVP performance I've been doing on stream every day.
Gotta go.
It's all
No,
good.
I'm expecting the MVP performance.
Okay, I got you, Sleepy.
No peeking. Reloading. Reloading.
I'm going in.
Out of here.
Enemy A.
Next.
Oh, Seisha left
Spike
mid.
down A.
I have the spike.
But there might be 3.
To
Last
heaven.
player standing.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
If I had bullets.
Right?
Well, only if that was the Odin.
Go, go, go. do this.
Enemy mid.
I'm out of here.
One catwalk. And one mid.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Reloading.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Another dead one.
Thank you.
You did take my kill, but I failed to capitalize on it. It's my fault.
Oh, well, I mean, I hit him for 150.
I
I
have
was
the
fighting him for a
bulldog.
while.
You're right.
Same.
I love the bulldog, but sadly, it's just not as good as I want it to be as far as like damage. I swear I like headshot people in ranked all the time, and I have to go guardian now usually.
It's, you have to AVS with it.
And I have a Radiant friend that he was like coaching me a few months ago that got me a lot better, but he'd be like, "Oh, tip 1, stop buying the bulldog," and I'm like, "No, never."
Reloading.
I'm gonna wall.
Go, go, go. We're good.
Wait a second.
Oh, I was not reloaded.
Just come. Come B, come B.
Woo!
Hiding.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck! Oh, it's all.
One there
Come
spawn.
on, dude.
Hey, go sleepy.
Nice up, guys.
Last round in the half.
I'm out of here.
Oh, and Mel, you used to play Arc Raiders, right?
No.
No? Okay. The reason I brought up, I've been playing Marathon. It's actually pretty interesting.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, and rank comes out soon in it.
Pew, pew.
Oh, you play that Where the Winds game.
Yeah, I do.
I've been seeing you on that a lot.
It's so good.
It looks good. I saw Emaru playing it.
Who?
Emaru,
Spike down mid.
big cosplayer, big streamer on Twitch.
Oh.
She used to be in OTK. She probably still is, but her and Mizkif had a huge falling out because they dated and there was drama.
Give me 1 second.
One enemy remaining.
Woo!
You had your fun. My turn.
Last player standing.
Are you actually fucking kidding?
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Cool, nice
No,
try.
it's always on the 4th kill. I can't do it.
You were looking so good though.
Switching sides.
But yeah, my Owen 3 fucking Sage wants to peek the. This
I need to
guy's
lo-
close.
I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna start trying to do something. Usually what I honestly do is, because this game's not like every other game I play where I can just hop in and do well. I warm up with TDM, I warm up in the range, and I do all that stuff before I actually feel loose in this game. Oh, and also new Call of Duty mode comes out for free. The new Black, or it's a remake of Blackout Battle Royale, but it's supposed to be good. It comes out tomorrow night.
For what? For Call of Duty?
It's Call of Duty Warzone, yeah, but it's like a return to Blackout where it's not the bullshit with the loadouts.
They're here.
I'm out of here.
But I haven't played Call of Duty since like Infinite Warfare.
Oh, that was actually a good one, but the last few have been bad.
Because they just copy and pasted the same Modern Warfare game.
Right, it's Madden.
Madden's so fire though.
You blink.
Woo! You're right, Madden is better than Call of Duty
Healing.
currently.
Gotta go.
Beat.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
On my mark.
One enemy remaining.
I'm better.
Go, go, go.
There's the MVP. Let's go, team.
Spike's dead.
Good job, good job.
Yeah. I had to show you, like, my improved skill.
Very nice, very good.
I actually low-key get aces a lot. If you check the YouTube, I've been posting them. I posted one today.
Did you nice?
Yeah.
I posted 3 on TikTok yesterday.
Oh, I actually really am a fan of your TikTok. I swear I spent like not 2 whole days on it, but there was 2 days where I like revisited and was like, I was watching your car videos actually.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Oh, good luck, eh?
Out. Careful now. Oh, somebody's paid. Why this?
Go away. My ult's
Can
ready.
you peek
Two
at
down.
me?
Spike
The
down
fuck?
A.
Oh. Two on
She
it.
like wouldn't fucking peek me.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
NC. Oh, but Mel, did you know I've been making a game the last year?
Making a game?
I'm making a game, yeah, and actually I have.
Oh,
There's this.
cool.
It's taken me a year because I'm self-taught with it, but I'm like a very
Yeah.
obsessive person. But I'll give you the pitch. What it is, I'm making a monkey ball game because monkey ball games haven't been good in a while. But it's like Warcraft themed, so it has night elves and orcs and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
My territory. My brood. I have them now. Reloading. Gotta go. Shocking. Here we go. Too slow.
Can I get?
Oh, 108 clove. I should have had that.
Last player standing.
I'm not loose yet, but once I'm loose,
Match
I'd have had that triple.
We can do this. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
B.
Gotta go. You will not kill my ally. Take this. I'm out of here.
Spike down.
One there.
Everyone hiding.
One enemy remaining.
Emma.
Sheesh.
Sudden death.
Go, go, go.
It won't let me buy the ult for sudden death with the shield at least.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sucks. I've been getting really well. I've always been good with the ult since Counter Strike.
Chat. Very nice. Very good.
Go, go, go.
I'm gonna go B
Gotta go.
or mid.
Barrier created.
Gotta go.
Looks like A.
Watch out.
Buried. Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
Many enemies.
Go, go, go. Coming through.
Enemy mid.
126.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Defenders win.
Dang. Damn,
I was trying
Daniel.
to get 20.
Sheesh.
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
Oh, but you know, Sleepy, my favorite Call of Duty of the newer ones was probably when they remade Modern Warfare. That one was pretty nice.
That the one with Shoot House.
I think so. I think so, my friend. Yeah.
I stopped playing as soon as they got rid of the Shoot House 24/7 mode. Which is like
Right.
2 weeks in.
Yeah.
It's the only fun thing. And then they added shit.
I-
And that fucking
This-
sucked.
That is so true. Oh my god. Well, Shipment was good for getting like those because sometimes I'd go like 30 and 2 or something. So you just like camp the spawn spots.
30 and 2. I wish. I get spawn trapped
Well,
by
can I
nades
take
and rockets.
Spike?
And I used to do free for all a lot, but I'd play all
Thank
the
you.
modes. But I used to be hooked on free for all. Well, and actually, I think in free for all it caps out at
I'm out
30.
of here.
But yeah, I'd call in the what was it called, the VTOL jet. I forget what kill streak that was, like 12 or 14 kills. But then there was a perk to lower it. Oh, so good.
I don't know. I used to just spam white phosphorus and just get like 100 a game for the funsies.
Yeah.
Plant the spike. See ya. Wall raised. Spike planted. Nice try.
She's so fun.
Last player standing.
80 chamber.
Oh my.
Nice shot.
Weird. Dude, that guy's voice.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, something like that.
Can you turn the voice changer off for a second? I couldn't hear you.
What do you mean it's not your voice, bro?
Put that on your mother's soul.
Reloading. Healer down. Reloading.
That's what I thought.
Barrier created.
Reloading. There.
35 Reyna. Backside.
Here. Enemy spotted B. Right here. Ugh.
115 chamber.
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Last player
Toxin
standing.
screen down.
Nice.
Clover, are you Korean?
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
For you?
Do you speak Korean?
A little bit.
Ongyeong?
Okay.
Gotta go.
You said you cut the onion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that was horrible.
Well, I know some
That was
Chinese.
so Americanized.
You want to play? Let's play.
No, yeah, I know. I know how to say, Nasikum Siktang Gong Gong Wa.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
That doesn't even sound real.
No, it is. It's like
What the fuck does it
Cantonese.
mean?
It means I can speak a little Cantonese, which is not true.
Yeah, look.
Spikes down.
Because
Oh.
Gong Dong Wa is
Spike
Cantonese.
down B.
I'm out of here.
I have the spike.
Oh, behind smoke to the left?
Player standing.
Poison's off.
For sure.
And the only Mandarin I know is Ni Hao.
Last round before the switch.
Go, go, go.
Can you guys speak Spanish?
Two como manzanas.
Ooh.
Hola,
Mucho
¿cómo
gusto. Me llamo Bradley. Not really, David. Me llamo David.
The hunt begins.
Drop in a smoke. Killed.
I'm better?
Killed.
Go, go, go. Your duty is not over.
Thank you.
I'm out of here.
You're welcome.
Shocking. This way. There.
One backside.
Wall raised. Light planted.
Don't get in my way.
Gotta go.
One snowman.
40 clove. Two backside.
Your fault.
You had your fun. My turn.
You're right.
Last player standing. One enemy
One
remaining.
down.
Drop in a smoke.
Toxin screen down.
Sheesh.
Nice.
Get something done right.
Let's go, Sleepy.
Do it yourself.
Switching sides.
Go, go, go.
The guy's name is Dr. Coctopus. Chamber back of it.
Enemies. Heads up.
Spike down A.
One dead. Weapon here. Weapon here. There.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Nice.
Go, go, go.
Oh, you got that bundle. Dang.
Barrier created. Many enemies. I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Target down.
One enemy remaining.
3 down. My ultimate is ready.
Behind yellow.
I'm sticking.
I've tried explosions. Not a fan.
Match point.
Gotta go.
All right, time for me to steal MVP real quick.
You're gonna steal.
Action A.
Toxin screen down.
Cool.
Spike planted.
Your duty is not over. Cool.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Drop in a smoke.
Toxins going up.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
systems detected.
This might help. Systems compromised. Watch for shrapnel.
Action by me, but I don't know where.
Check it out.
Déjà vu.
On the move. See ya.
Don't fix that.
Good job.
Ammo here.
These are light rounds.
Ammo crates down.
Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you.
Metro active.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
My bad.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Shields critical. Feeling better.
I have detected an opportunity for considerable profit.
Watch out.
Woo! Thank you. Best team I've had so far. Poof.
Abilities do. I don't even know that. Oh. Okay, okay.
You have 10 minutes to exfil.
No one can hear us, despite our screams.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
On the move.
GG. All right, we're getting better. We're getting better. See, I'm just starting to learn the stuff, you know? Nice. Is there an easy way to... Oh. Dude, you know what's actually... Oh. Dude, very interesting. I want to do a quick video real quick. I don't know where Butterball is, but... Yo, what's up, guys? Here with another YouTube video. Before we start, be sure to like and subscribe. I want to talk about this game, this new Bungie game called Marathon, that when the server slam happened, everybody was real quick to be negative about this game, but I know exactly why. People have not given this game a chance. I could tell this game was really good right away, but there were some kinks I had to figure out. If you have Bluetooth headphones, you have to turn off, what's it called? Hands-free telephony and these like advanced settings on your sound thing. You can go figure that out yourself. That took me like 2 days to figure out. Valorant patches were having the same issue. But, and then other than just learning about how the game works, this game is so different than every other FPS I've ever played that is one of the things that I can tell, that people want it to be like some crappy Fortnite game right away, but there's like a lot of depth to this game, and it's also very challenging. And I'd say in general, you have to just give this game a chance. It's also called Marathon for a reason. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Nah. But this game is a lot better than people are giving it credit for. The gunplay is super tight, super tight, like a million times tighter than a game like Valorant or even other first-person shooters. It feels like even a more refined version of Halo. I actually love it. And they're going to be adding a ranked mode soon. So apparently, like, you have to buy a holo tag, but then that's like your ante for the match. And if you're like bronze, it has a certain value, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, so on and so forth. But that's going to be like high stakes matches. Sounds like a lot of fun to me. But I just want to be one of the first to say it, that I wanted to do a video on this a few days ago, but I've been overwhelmed with ranking up in Valorant and leveling up in Classic Warcraft and learning this game. I kind of wanted to give it a little bit more time before I gave this opinionated video. But I think this game is very different. but it is actually amazing, and it has a lot of potential, and I think it already is a really, really good game, and just people were quick to judge it. Because it's not like a plug and play type game. There's a lot to learn, and it's a little overwhelming and confusing. And I'm still learning, but I'm just going into it having fun, you know? I've had like 8 different world records in video games, been diamond in so many first person shooters, gold in League, silver in Valorant, which is amazing. So I'm a solo queue warrior in that game. But yeah, so I'm just kind of here to share that I think Marathon is actually a really good game, and people should give it another chance. I think they will over time, especially when they add ranked. I know that'll add more juice to the game. But like and subscribe, and I will catch you guys in the next video. Hey, 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 hey. Boop. See you later. Nice. Not bad, huh? Not bad. I'll post that later. Ooh, people want to see the Mario? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, give me a second. Let me see what's going on today. So tomorrow are Valorant matches. Midnight Raid releases on the 17th. Okay. We do need to do Midnight more. All right, let me think real quick. Here, we'll hop out of Marathon. This game is tight though. Wait, it also said there was faction reward, right? I still get okay. Okay, cool. What was the third thing? What are those purple things? Where's... I still do get confused with... Loadout? Yeah. What is this? Oh, that's a volt battery. Okay. Cool. Oh, and that says... That, okay. No, the ammo is good though. The ammo, you want everything. But what is... These are shield charges. These are volt batteries. Oh, we have a lot of ammo. I actually think I'm better at the game than... Showing grants you effective cardio kick. What is cardio kick? What is cardio kick? I think that's one of these things, right? I don't know. Oh, there it is. There it is. Choose heat capacity. Agility stats. Oh. Alright, whatever. Just so. Alright, let me think real quick. Here, let me... This game is fun, though. I like this game. I need to figure out how to increase capacity or whatever. I wonder if you can do that in the shop. Alright, I was gonna... Okay, yeah. Also, do I need to make this smaller again? There we go. Videos. Alright, I was trying to see what all is going on. Give me a moment. Because I might do a Mario run, but I probably should eat food first. She's already almost 3. Do we do the Mario now? That is a question. I could start doing the run and we can see how it goes. How about that? But I should probably eat first, right? Let me think. Do I want to go for it? Here, let's take the headphones off and think about it. I'm going to put Jaryu on for a bit. I'm thinking about doing the Mario. We'll see. Let me do lunch break. Okay. Okay.
And I end up at
Designing
Blizzard.
quests.
Yeah, like, okay, we're going to design World of Warcraft now. And I've said this later with hindsight. I think a huge part of WoW's success, especially with the early WoW team, Team 2 in its earliest formation, was that we didn't know what we were doing. You kind of, like, it's that Titan was the example for me. Titan was the attempt at making an MMO after World of Warcraft at Blizzard, and we failed horribly, and we had the best of the best on that team.
Everyone has failed horribly. Like, it's almost like a happy accident. Blizzard making WoW, I mean, there was previous MMOs, but like WoW was something different, you know, it's something special. It's not like, let's just do this and better. It became the MMO. But now when you're trying to make an MMO, whether or not you like this, you're competing with WoW, right? Sir Shankly, thanks for the prime. Which is like kind of a bad thing, because no matter what MMO it is, people will automatically start comparing it to WoW. It's hard. It's like, where do you go from here? And it's been 21 years now, 22 years in November, and there's been nothing really. A lot of WoW killers, but nothing has stuck. So we'll see. Not even Blizzard with Titan.
Team, and it's because everybody was too much of an expert on how to make a groundbreaking phenomenon MMO. World of Warcraft was a bunch of people, like a very successful, sure of itself company who had made StarCraft, Diablo, Warcraft, with a bunch of yahoos, basically, who was like, yeah, we can compete with Sony Online.
Yeah.
At the time, they were making EverQuest 2. Like, if we go back in the time machine, EverQuest 2 had been announced, and EverQuest fans, we were just drooling for EverQuest 2. It wasn't, oh, cool, World of Warcraft. It was EQ2 was going to take, the chalice and run with it. And then, of all things, they announced Star Wars Galaxies. And they had a brilliant designer on that, a guy named Raph Koster, who had come from that Ultima Online. And he's just a really smart game designer. If you can ever watch one of his lectures, like he lectured a lot at GDC. And, we're like, oh my God, they're making EverQuest 2 and Star Wars Galaxies, and they have the Star Wars intellectual property. We're fucked. Like, how are we going to compete? And everybody had...
When I look at IP, and I look at it like kind of uniquely, I think, is yes, Star Wars has IP to lean on, but it didn't have video game IP in the same way as Blizzard had Warcraft. So Star Wars had, the movie franchise, like awesome, right? But when you try to translate a movie into a game, oftentimes they end up flopping, or they're fun for like a week, you play it and then it ends up flopping. Whereas when you have video game IP translated, Warcraft to World of Warcraft, it's like people are already playing in this world, and now let's make it into an MMO. That's where something really special happens, and that's one of my core reasonings why I'm so excited for Riot to take Runeterra, the World of League of Legends, and bring it to an MMO, because it has that same kind of theme that you have this pre-existing video game IP, specific IP, bringing it into an MMO, not just IP, but video game IP that people already love and enjoy. So we'll see what happens there.
Seeing the success of EQ, EverQuest, and everybody was going to make an MMO, and it was just a question of who was going to win.
So you're feeling this immense pressure of this small team of just this hodgepodge of this unlikely team that kind of looks, fast forwarding to Overwatch, the heroes in Overwatch, but working extremely hard. Like you told me about crazy work hours, and not because you were forced to, but because you wanted to, because your heart was in it, because you're like, this is everything. Like, you loved it.
Yeah, the games industry has a terrible reputation for insane amounts of overtime. It's just called crunch. Like, do you crunch or not? These days, crunch is not allowed, not permitted, heavily frowned upon. If we were to work overtime, somebody write an article about it next week and say how horrible we are for working overtime. Back then, we worked insane, and I mean insane hours. The longest shift I ever worked straight was 30 hours. That's when we were gold mastering Warcraft 3. This was in I think War 3 shipped on July 3rd, 2002. So this would have been like late June, early July, probably late June. And I had nothing to do with War 3. I should just say that. Like, in the credits, I'm additional help or additional testing or something like that. When I showed up in May of 2002, it was all hands on deck, World of Warcraft for E3. We got through E3, and then all hands on deck, the whole company, get War 3 out the door.
For shipping.
Dude, that's
Warcraft.
For
crazy,
shipping Warcraft
man.
3. And because I had not been involved with the game at all, and I was a brand new, wet behind the ears game designer, they're like, you're just going to help test whatever we tell you to test. So we're trying to gold master, and there's a crash that happens rarely if you run one of the cinematics. Like, you have to be watching the cinematic after one of the levels, and then there was a crash that happened. And so a programmer put in some logging to catch it, and then they needed somebody to just over and over again, I need the crash to happen so I can fix the bug. And I sat there for 30 hours and just watched cinematic for 30 hours straight. And it was the funniest thing. Like, it was almost surreal.
I like how he remembers that today.
Watching everybody leave which was a trickle out. Like, everybody kind of trickles out, like, at different hours. You know, the family guys go much earlier than the single guys. And then watching everybody show up again the next morning.
True.
And they're all like dressed different. They look all refreshed. And I'm just like in the same position, you know, like eyes are beat red.
To the soundtrack of the cinematic.
Dusty,
but we crunched World of Warcraft. We crunched. The date slipped. So you do this thing. I remember Mark Kern standing the team up and saying, we're going to crunch early so we don't have to crunch later in the project. And I really believe he wasn't manipulating us. Like, I really genuinely believe that he believed in that. But with games, anything can happen. And we slip uncontrollably all the time. And we slipped, and it sort of created just this death march, endless death march that, like, to this day, members of the WoW team will remember, like, Newport Rib. If I say that, they'll have, like, twitches because, like, they would cater the dinner. They'd bring it in at, like, 6 or 7 at night. And everybody was eating Newport Rib or Panda Express. It was, like, the worst diet ever. I actually like Newport Rib, no shade on them. But you can only eat so much of it. And the carpets are stained, and like dudes are falling asleep on the couches. And it was an unhealthy work environment. It gets pinned on because at a lot of places it is.
Sorry, guys. Someone's spamming the Discord, and I can't figure out how to ban them. Weird. I need a second here. We are getting spammed.
Butterball, get out of Jari's Discord. Butterball, where are you?
It's not. What? Okay, we have a new kind of Discord bot, boys. This one can't be kicked. This one can't be blocked. This one can't be removed. Okay, I'm gonna need a second here. Do I have any of my Discord mods? Catch, Aminer, Biwi. Are you guys in the chat? Maybe you guys are smarter than I am. Ban them. Ban does not work. Kick. Yeah, Discord is being owned. Biwi's working on it. All right, thank you, Biwi. You're much smarter with this kind of stuff than I am. You can manually delete all of them. But that is going to be like 100 plus, 150 plus things, and it just keeps spamming them. So you can manually delete one by one, but there's 150. Oh gosh, and they're just being spammed. Wow, Discord, come on, Discord. We got to figure out how to. I don't know how people are getting around this. I see it's like an app account. Anyway, weird. Let me know if you figure it out, Pee-wee, if you need my help. It is just being completely spammed, hundreds of things. I don't know. Sorry, let's keep playing the video.
Executive driven, and it is mandated from the top. But the hours that I worked, I never blamed on anyone but myself. I just wanted to. I remember, you know, coming in on Memorial Day, like, with sand from the beach on my feet because I really wanted to get some work done that day, and working through Christmas, and those were things I wanted to do. I never felt like somebody, you know, held my feet to the coals.
Yeah, it's such a complicated thing because, yeah, okay, you could say that's unhealthy, but I know a large number of people, especially in their 20s, but actually throughout their career, that have been at companies that do crunch for a thing they believe in, for a thing they love, and it's some of the most fulfilling years of their life.
I think the key distinction here is if you're crunching, so to speak, because you want to and you're passionate and there's nothing anyone can do to make you stop besides literally dragging you physically out of there, because that's literally what you want to be doing, versus someone telling you, all right, you have to crunch and you should be passionate and you should care about this thing, and you really just don't. And it's like someone else trying to make you passionate about something that you're not passionate about. Right? But if it's that right thing and you're doing it, man, you don't want to stop. Trust me. That's how I feel about streaming. It's like, especially when I was single in my 20s, exactly what Lex just said, without, before marriage, before kids, it was like, yeah, did 20, 30-hour streams, many of them, not just one, many, right? It was just like full consuming, all in, 365, 7 days a week, boom, 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 boom. Like there was nothing else, right? That was it. But it's because I wanted to. It's not like there was a gun to my head or someone said I have to. And that's like a big distinction, right?
Months and years of their life. And they also, it's not just fulfilling. They grow from it. They learn from it. And and when especially when they talk back about it, about that time, they can see how incredible it was. Of course, when you're going through it, sometimes it's extremely difficult. You don't know. And then the crunch, like you mentioned, it's supposed to be a month or two, and then it turns out to be a half a year, and then maybe it turns out to be something like a Titan type game where you never actually ship it, and it's heartbreaking and the pain, that's all. But then you look back and you realize how incredible that journey was.
I think, like, my reflections on it many years later, and having gone through like pretty crazy levels of crunch to more controlled, I think where crunch is problematic and people are good to be vocal about being opposed to it is when it's forced and unnecessary. There's a lot of like, hey, if anybody on the team stays, we all stay, kind of,
Yeah.
which I think is not necessary. I don't think executives who take off and work 40-hour weeks should be telling anybody to stay late. I think that's wrong and immoral.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking
But
about. Exactly, yeah.
to me, as an individual, as long as I'm not telling other people to do it, my life's work is my passion. And I want to do it.
Sorry to pause again. We're trying to figure out the Discord spammer. Can you get Catch admin in Discord? BWE Catch has admin. You also have admin. You guys should both have admin, which should give you control of everything. And Aminar has it too if you guys need his help. Yeah, and I tried. I don't know what to do. I can't ban him, can't block him, I can't kick him, I can't do anything. I don't know. I'm set working on it. Cool. Thank you, Catch. Thank you, BWE. We're trying to figure out the Discord spam right now. Yeah.
It as much as possible. I find myself, I don't think I've ever worked less than 10 hours in a day. Like that 10 hours is like a normal-ish day to me.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to go back because I missed that.
And I want to do it as much as possible.
I'm going to go back even more.
Asking other people to do it. My life's work is my passion. And I want to do it as much as possible. I find myself, I don't think I've ever worked less than 10 hours in a day. Like that 10 hours is like a normal-ish day to me.
Yeah.
And I enjoy lots of weekends working because I enjoy it. It brings me pleasure and fulfillment.
Anyone who is lucky enough to find that passion and find that thing knows exactly what he's talking about, right? Like it's like the whole day goes by and it's just like dinner time. It's like, all right, a couple more things, this and that. And then like you maybe eat and you'll do some more after. And it's not like an hour thing. It's more like around it's like every waking moment that you can't get your brain off of it kind of a thing. But if you haven't experienced that, you're probably just like, what? This guy's, what? Like, So, but I can definitely attest to this. That's how streaming has kind of been for me the last 13 years, right? It's been like this all-consuming, obsessive thing, which I've really been trying my best to balance out, especially since having my son, right, and getting married. And I hope I'm doing an okay job at that. I hope I'm doing an okay job at that. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's this all consuming, and you just, it's from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, always just thinking, strategizing, doing something, right? But it's definitely taken like a proactive approach. Like, all right, let's actively try to pull back, right?
And all of that said from a place of caution, especially in this era when people are very touchy about it. I don't try to impose that on anybody else. I don't want anybody to feel like they're obligated to, but please understand it's what makes me who I am, that work ethic. I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
actually, some of my fondest memories are from those WoW crunches.
And then looking back and reading some of these stories is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Because me as a fan on the receiving end of some of those video games, you bring joy to millions of people. It's awesome. Let me ask you about quests, but first, quick bathroom break. If it's okay.
Bro, I was gonna say, dude, this is a 5-hour interview. They've got to have multiple bathroom breaks, like a lunch break, water. I mean, come on, 5 hours. This is ridiculous. Speaking of a 10-hour workday, it's like, yeah, it's like a 5-hour podcast, bro. That's wild. Cool. So that was the end of the Building World of Warcraft segment. There's How WoW Changed Video Games segment, which is right after, which we could just roll right into. There's also How Blizzard Made Great Games and Online Toxicity and Why Titan Failed, which all of that sounds good too. I would maybe skip this one. I'm just going to keep this paused for a second and see, Ketch and Peewee, do you guys need... Okay, so Peewee shut down the Discord for now, and he's going to clean it up and then try to figure it out. No one can type at all except admins. Cool. This has happened once before with Discord, where basically it's not a person typing, it's a bot, and you can't kick bots. So it's like a bot connected to someone's channel, but like I don't know how to... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's being cleaned up now. You have to go to app permissions and turn off external apps, says Bishu. I will try that now since we're already paused on the video. Give me a sec. App permissions. So there's access, invites, roles, members, integrations, apps, integrations. App directory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing that unless it's for members. I go to like a specific role and make it so members can't have app permission. Maybe that's it. But I'm not seeing any app permission. Type spammer slammer in your app directory. Huh. Anyway, Catch and Peewee, they're better at me than this. So they'll, try to figure out what's going on there. What's going on? Whoever I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it, but I've had multiple people saying whatever it is like jail time worthy. So I'm sorry to, if anyone actually did see that. We're trying to get it cleaned up as soon as possible. Cool. Anyway, let's keep watching. After the bathroom break, actually, should we all bathroom break? I think we should all I need a bathroom break. Maybe we all bathroom break because Lex says it's bathroom break time. When we're back, Jeff Kaplan on How WoW Changed Video Games. And then we'll maybe skip this segment and then do How Blizzard Made Great Games. So we'll be right back. 1 sec.
All right, I gotta decide. I'm trying to think because like 70 stars right now. I was gonna do it for Easter. don't know if I feel like it. Let me think. We could try. While we're listening to this, let me start it. Let's start it. Let's just see how it goes. Because I wouldn't mind doing some other things, but... Let's see how it goes. Oh, and also, frick. Alright, let's figure this out. Make this small. Check, check, check. Alright, check, check, check. Okay.
All right, we're back. Discord looks kind of cleaned up for now, so that's good. Mods are working on it. We'll have to figure out some new admin rules. We're back. We're back. Okay, next segment is how WoW changed video games. We're back. To figure out. All right. Some new admin rules somehow. Mods are working on it. We'll have to figure out some new admin rules somehow to figure that out.
This is the best way to support this podcast.
Fine,
Code Basis, BetterHelp for mental health, Shopify for selling stuff online, CodeRabbit for AI-powered code review, and Perplexity for curiosity-driven knowledge exploration. Choose wisely, my friends. And now, back to my conversation with Jeff Kaplan. Okay, we're back. So I think it's fair to say that before WoW, MMO leveling, like in EverQuest, consisted of, maybe that's simplifying it a bit, but standing in one spot and killing monsters for hours. You helped develop with WoW, I would say, a revolutionary idea of quest-driven leveling, where there's a story-driven, quest-driven guide through the world, and it so happens that as part of doing that, you're also leveling the character. So the leveling is both fun and is the engine that drives the story that then also immerses you into the world and then pulls you in more and more and more and more. So take me through this process of developing that idea of quest-driven design.
Sure. Yeah, there were actually a lot of people involved in it, and they all kind of contributed in their own unique ways. Alan Adham was the lead designer on WoW when we first sort of decided we were going to have a quest-based game. We used to joke that like EverQuest barely had any quests in it.
Yeah.
It did have quests. They weren't really in front of the player in an obvious way. You kind of had to seek them out on a website. And Alan knew that he wanted quests to be a big part of World of Warcraft. And so he hired me. That was my entry-level position at Blizzard. And on the same day, he hired a guy named Pat Nagel, which was hilarious to me because Pat was he had this funny title of HR and facilities at Blizzard because it was such a small company. So like if you sent an application in, Pat would deal with the application, or if the toilet overflowed, Pat would have to deal with it. And
Okay.
so the whole time I was applying at Blizzard, I was going through Pat, and then I'm
Okay, it's not Pagel. They used his name. I was like, that's the fisherman dude. I was like, so they changed the P in the end. I was like, why is that so darn familiar? You know, the Hearthstone card and the fisherman dude in WoW. All right.
my first day, they put Pat and I in an office together, and he's like, yeah, they hired me also as the quest designer. And so Pat, and he was the most wonderful guy. We had so much fun. So Pat and I kind of designed the quest system. It was Alan's idea to have it in the first place. And then there was that great designer I mentioned, Eric Dodds, who helped a lot with the interface of it all. And the idea was, at first, we actually, on a whiteboard in Alan's office, we estimated how many quests we thought EverQuest had to date. And EverQuest had, you know, I think 4 or 3 expansions at that point in time. And we're like, wow, we have to make all of these quests like EverQuest has. It's going to be a lot of quests. And it's kind of up to me and Pat to do it all.
Oh my gosh.
And we believed all we had to do was match that EverQuest number. And Pat and I started working on like the design of the system and how it would interact, and Eric Dodds was really involved in how the interface.
Just to educate myself one day, and I've already said this before, but maybe sometime this year when I have time and there's not like so much new WoW content, I kind of want to play some of these like old school, like, is there EverQuest servers you can log into? I don't know if that's a dumb question, or a private server. I kind of want to just like, I've never played. I would kind of like to just run around, even if it's just for a few hours or like a day or two, just kind of like to understand. EverQuest is still up, cool. Is it through a private server? Project 1999. Is that a private server essentially? It would be kind of cool just to educate myself on these things. Like, it would be kind of sick.
You know, like how you're going to interact with the NPCs and all of that. And we split up the world into like 2 zones. He was going to take Elwyn Forest, which was the starting area for the humans, and I was going to take Westfall, which was the sophomore zone after Elwyn for the humans. Pat and I'm
already, like, guys, call me crazy. I'm already craving to play classic WoW again. It's only been 2 months? Really? If that? I'm already craving. Like, even when I just saw that picture of Westfall, I'm like, I want to do, go through Westfall and do some dead mines. Like, oh my gosh. I'm already, it's like already there, man. I can't wait. I can't wait for like Classic Plus, but I'll probably end up playing Classic before Classic Plus, but still.
Would meet with Chris Metzen, and those were the funnest meetings ever because Chris just has stories in his head and visions. Chris is like artist, storyteller, world builder extraordinaire. And he sort of described what he wanted going on in those zones. You know, you want the gameplay to follow the flow of what was going on with the stories of those areas. So we finished Elwyn and Westfall, and we did like a team play test. And our assumption was, because the way EverQuest worked, players just wanted to level up. It was a level-based game. You go out, you kill a creature, you get experience points, you level up a little bit. And so the way people played EverQuest is they'd find these areas where there were lots of creatures, and you'd usually find the best experience efficiency cycle you could find. So like fast respawn, kind of easy things to kill. And that's how you would progress through EverQuest. And I remember Alan kind of telling us, like, hey, the quests, when Pat and Jeff write quests,
Gamers have always been seeking efficiency. Like, we always talk about, like, 2026 gaming culture where people game the fun out of the game for themselves by, like, leveling too fast. The big difference is nowadays we're so darn connected because of the internet and globalization. We have like YouTube, we have Twitch, right? It's like people are so connected that it's like, what, like if there's a best spot to level, everyone's gonna be there. If there's like a way to level 6% quicker, everyone's gonna know about it by tomorrow. The difference back then is like, you were kind of in the dark, which was kind of cool. Obviously, the internet still existed, but not at large, not at scale. It's not like there would be a YouTube video explaining exactly what to do the next day and everyone would watch it and know about it. You would read like the instruction manuals, and like they probably, like, you know, if there was something like that, maybe it would be somewhere deep in a forum post, but not everyone would see it. And even if you did, maybe it was just a load of crap, like you didn't know. Like, that's the big difference, right? Yeah, you had Thoughtbot, but like it was different. Like it wasn't scaled yet. Like some of the Thoughtbot quests are like kind of empty, and you just read the comments and like some people are arguing about something else, and it's like just very different.
Aim us to where the creatures are, you'll do a quest, and then you'll spend a few hours killing creatures in that area afterwards. And that's how he imagined it would work. So we kind of set up the world that way. You know, Pat probably did a dozen, maybe 20 quests in Elwyn. I do a dozen, 20 quests in Westfall, and we do this team play test. And we had a bunch of people on the team who never played MMOs, like guys with shooter background, you know, StarCraft fans, etc. And they play World of Warcraft. I think we played for like an hour or two, and we only did Elwyn Forest. And the overwhelming feedback from our team, and these are people who really didn't play EverQuest, they're like, my God, Pat, that was horrible. I ran out of quests like right away. And we're like, wait a second, you expect to just have quests just keep going? And they're like, yeah, we expect to have quests just keep going the whole way. And we kind of had an oh shit moment right after that Elwyn Forest playtest, where we realized like we had vastly underestimated the number of quests we were going to need. And we developed this philosophy that's kind of a shared.
What's funny about this is Ashes of Creation, the playtest we did on Steam before it went under, was just like this. So you made a character in Ashes. If you guys played it, you know what I'm talking about. And you would follow the quests. And they, you know, it worked for a while. You'd follow the quests. And then when you got to like level 5 or 6, or I can't remember exactly what it was, the quests just kind of stop. And I was like, what do I do now? And people were like, oh, just go out in the world and kill mobs. And I was like, okay. So I did. And then it just felt like really weird. And then I leveled up another few times. And then I was like, well, what do I do now? And people like, you just keep killing mobs till you're level 25. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna grind the same mob till I'm 20. No, that's silly. So like, WoW really did change the game in that way, right? Like, yeah. I kind of want some type of story and some type of quest zones pushing me to the next area. If you have to grind for a bit, fine. But then like we should be kind of tied back in, you know? That's how most MMOs were though. Yeah, I found it funny that Ashes in 2026, or 2025, was it the end of last year when I played? Kind of tried to bring that back, or maybe it was not on purpose. Maybe there was no one working on the quests. Anyway, it didn't seem to fly, at least for me. I was like, I don't want to just grind the same mob till I'm level 25. No, thank you.
Philosophy across Blizzard games in general at this point, and I've heard it outside of Blizzard, other people in the industry, which is you design it along the path of least resistance. So basically what that means, like in EverQuest, the path of least resistance, if you wanted your character to hit max level, is to find the easiest creatures and kill them over and over again in place.
That's what gamers do, yeah.
Which to some people think is very boring. To me, I would do that for 8 hours because I think that's fun. But we decided in World of Warcraft, we said, why don't we make the path of least resistance? So in this case, the way to get the best experience, the fastest, not to be killing creatures in one place, but we'll overload the experience into the quests themselves, and then that will move you through the world, which will get you to see everything. It will enable us to tell these awesome storylines. It sort of did a lot for the game, and I think it was like a fundamental change in the genre. Like, if you look at the things that EverQuest was very popular and very successful, and it was hitting like hundreds of thousands of players, and WoW blew the doors open and was tens of millions of players. And I think the fundamental difference there was that WoW allowed you to play as a single player. And what makes an MMO, massively multiplayer online game, massive is having the other people there. And they're so important, or else the world feels kind of wrong and dead. But the concept that we have to force you to interact with them to do anything is very off-putting to a lot of people. And the fact that people could come into WoW and just kind of the game design way of just describing it as directed gameplay. And some games have extremely tight directed gameplay. Like, for example, if you were to play a single player game like Last of Us, you know, you'll have those moments where they'll be like, you'll come up to a log and press triangle to duck, or else, or whatever the duck button is, left stick to duck to go under. And that's like the ultimate in directed gameplay. Like, they're telling you exactly what to do. On the other end of the spectrum is a game like Minecraft, like vanilla Minecraft, where you'll find it's very divisive amongst gamers who love Minecraft or hate it. The ones who hate it are like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, you drop me in this world, I'm supposed to dig.
So he's just explaining like sandbox versus non-sandbox, right? Like directed gameplay. This is brilliant. This is why I fell in love with WoW. I was the gamer, and man, this is gonna piss some people off, but I tried to play like the Halo campaign and the Call of Duty campaign, and like, I'm sure the campaigns were great, and I know people loved them, but I was the gamer when I was like 12 or 10 or however old I was, and I was like, I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to follow NPCs through a game. That's not fun. I want to log in and go where I want to go. And that's what made me fall in love with RuneScape. And I played for a year or two, and I was like, this is awesome. I can log in and do anything I want to do. I can chat, I can not chat, I can make gold, I could do a quest, I could kill, what did I kill? Cows and sell the cowhide for weeks. I could do whatever I want. It was beautiful, it's brilliant. And then WoW did this even better. And it was like, yes, that's what made me fall in love with WoW after RuneScape. It's like, I could log in and do anything I want to do. It's so cool. But what he said a second ago was also brilliant, is that even though WoW is an MMO, you can play it as a single player game. That's what was so good about hardcore. That's what is so good about hardcore, is that you're essentially playing a single player game, but other people are around you. And it's populated, and sometimes you can work together, but like most of the time you're doing your own single player thing, but there's other people in the same vicinity, so it feels alive. And that's just so good, right? It's not, you're not forced to do anything. Oh man, it's something that makes classic WoW so darn special, I think. Or, I mean, even retail still kind of has this. Retail though, you know, and I like retail. I'm playing right now, and I'm excited for it. But retail is definitely more, and I think retail players will agree with this, is more of a queue simulator, lobby simulator, M+ simulator, raid simulator, than an active, alive, like live breathing world where you're like running into other players and feeling that. At least not in the same way it was classically. So I look at retail like a little different, right? And I still like it, but I don't know, I kind of got on a tangent there, but that single player experience of going through the world, you could be kind of alone, but there's other people still populating it. I'm like, yes, exactly right.
Something, and that's the type of player that needs directed gameplay, or they're going to cycle out. Not all players need it, and what WoW did, that it doesn't seem like an innovation, it doesn't seem like revolutionary, but it sort of created this directed gameplay that felt optional, but really wasn't.
I mean, I think it's absolutely revolutionary. It basically changed gaming. It changed the way we see games. And it was so successful in part because it became a mechanism by which you could spend hundreds of hours, thousands of hours in the game. I mean, it's kind of obviously, it's one of those, all these great ideas are always like this, right? In retrospect.
I wonder whose gameplay this is. Bitter Steel. His threat meter, hiding the griffins, quest dialogue here.
Like, well,
I wonder who this
obviously,
is.
if you make the Path of Least Resistance quest-driven gameplay, then it's going to be the reason that most people play. But it is true that I'm with you on, I both like the quests and cow level.
Yeah.
I guess you have to design for everybody. That's the tricky thing. Like, how do you fine-tune this? If you think of it as a loop of like, accept quest, kill 10 rats, turn in quest, ding, level up, that loop. Like, how do you fine-tune that so it's maximum fun, or fun for the maximum number of people? How difficult is that?
It's extremely difficult, and not everybody's good at doing that. We all, to some degree, lack the self-awareness of how we tick. So we're all different types of gamers, but if you ask me to describe the type of gamer I am, I might actually be giving more of a picture of the type of gamer I wish I was, or the type of gamer I want you to think I am versus the type of gamer I actually am. By playing lots of games, you cannot be an exceptional game designer without playing the shit out of as much as you can and understanding it on a deep level. And the weirdest part about it is you're not just looking for the greatest hits. You learn just as much from a shitty game that you do from an amazing game. And also, like, a lousy game can have a great system that was tuned wrong, or lacked the correct interface, or they didn't put the right visceral polish on it. There's an executional aspect to all of it. When I'm playing, I'm not only like thinking about what makes this fun, I'm thinking about what makes this not fun, but I'm also watching everyone around me. My wife plays games, my kids play games, and understanding, like, well, what do they do and how are they different to me? Why are they finding enjoyment in this? Why are they not? What's frustrating? What did they miss?
And being raw honest with exactly what you're saying. I mean, if I were to analyze the kind of gamer I am, why do I enjoy cow level? And why, above that, why do I enjoy loot? Why is loot so fun?
Loot is
like,
fun. Loot is very fun.
What is it about opening a chest and getting a bunch of stuff? I mean, that might be like at the core of what I enjoy about gaming. That and walking around a beautiful world with nice music.
As a game designer, I'm at best a quack psychologist. You know, we can motivate you to do some weird things. The two driving motivators are extrinsic and intrinsic, and all of us at different times in our lives, in our gaming careers, whatever, we can shift from being intrinsically motivated to being extrinsically motivated. Obviously, loot is a big extrinsic motivation, but even saying that is too simplistic. Like, for example, on the loot boxes of Overwatch, there is a masterfully designed system that was designed by a game designer, not by a business person or whatever, like not a commercial person. But beyond that, we also had a really good team who said the visceral opening of the box, the sound it makes, the graphics, like the way things spill out and animate.
Yeah, that's so true. I was doing this morning a play test of Fire Mage, Frost Mage, and Arcane Mage, kind of comparing the three in AoE and single target. And we were comparing the damage numbers and how the spec played and felt. But I always find myself really enjoying Arcane. And what I was telling you guys is, like, I swear it's not even the damage, because I was doing less damage as Arcane on single target and like similar on AoE, but Arcane just feels good, and I was like, what is it? And I think it's the sound of this Arcane spells and the visuals of the Arcane spells. It just feels like I'm pumping. I think I've actually talked to someone about this before, maybe at Blizzard at some point in the past, but a lot of mages in PvE gravitate towards Arcane and like resist trying to play Frost for some reason in PvE, like against bosses. And I think there might be something to that. Like, it's just dopamine, right? Even if it's like worse, it's like, oh, but this spec has so much dopamine. Feels amazing to play.
All of that is as satisfying as well. And you're trying to, like, there's the lizard brain part of it, of like, how does it, like, I see chest, I know it's gonna feel good, it's gonna feel good. And then there's the spreadsheety part of it, of what does it have? Is it an upgrade? And I think great game designers know how to tap into both of those things, you know, tap into the intrinsic and extrinsic. There's like when I was studying writing, you would study the elements of fiction, and you know, these are just like basic things like plot and character development and setting and theme and whatever. And there's no like textbook that exists for game design, at least none that has been introduced to me yet. But I think about like elements of fun.
Mm-hmm.
What are the things that create fun for players? And they're not the same. Like it really, every human being is different. Like progression is fun. Sense of progression, that I'm investing, I'm putting an investment into this game, and then the game is recognizing my investment. That things like leveling, things like the amount of gold you have, those are all
This is one of the reasons I got so addicted to WoW, is because I felt like my time wasn't wasted, right? I'm playing a game, but I'm building some type of prog on my character. An achievement, gold, level, gear, items, something. My time wasn't wasted. And that WoW wasn't going anywhere. It's not like 6 months later, the servers are going down and it's gone. You know, and obviously people have different like feelings about this. Like you can play a game just for the fun in itself, and then you stop playing, and like that's fine. But like something about that like character progression that just stuck, and that's why I'm so excited for Classic Plus, and that's why I'm like kind of sad about something like a seasonal realm, like a SOD or something that just, you know, it's fun. I loved SOD, but now it's gone, and it's like, man, my character with all the memories, like it's just kind of sitting there. It would be nice to have this forever kind of surfer that continues to progress. And then I felt that way about retail for a long time, but the way I look at retail now is definitely more of like a seasonal kind of experience as well, or at least that kind of feels like it's that way in a sense. Like the big patches and expansions are always really fun, but besides that, I'm not like super tied into like, oh, this is my, you know. But I think in Classic Plus I would be, maybe, I don't know. I felt that way about SOD actually for a long time. I had my like SOD main and then the seasonal, so hopefully we can bring that back.
Investment based. There's mastery, there's just pure raw skill, creativity is one, and hand in hand with creativity is customization, and some of those can be aesthetic, like look at my customized character, and I have the black curly hair, and I put an earring in my character, and I'm customizing in that way. The other is customizing my build. I'm going to come up with the Whirlwind Barbarian, and I'm the first to do it. These are all elements of fun that designers can tap into, and in fact are frequently tapping into. But they're never defined anywhere. And I find that players drift. Like, I'm the type of player who's not really loot motivated. I'm more motivated by seeing.
Yeah, Jeff, neither am I. I actually don't care about loot at all. I mean, I'm there in the raids for the fun, man. Like, I am just there. I love it, man. I want to just, I don't care if any loot drops.
The content the world has to offer. And often that takes me on a detour of being loot motivated, because there might be a dragon or a demon somewhere that I can't beat without this level of armor and sword. So now I'm loot motivated for some period of time to get back to being content motivated. Or if I'm having trouble defeating a boss, I might have to go back and look at the skills and abilities that my character's using, and I have to go into creativity mode. Oh, he has that one AE area of effect, where he puts a curse on me, and if I had this counter ability to the curse, I could beat the boss to get the loot, to get to the next boss. These are all cycles that are tapping into all those different elements of fun.
And ultimately enjoying and discovering what the world gives you, has to offer to you. And you have a lot of hats as a gamer. So you love the RPG, MMORPG world, but you're also a big shooter guy. Can you explain to me what fun in a shooter context is? We'll talk about Overwatch, is a specific kind of fun. Maybe you're also a huge fan of the ultra realistic shooters, Call of Duty. What is the definition of fun there?
There's a lot of skill and mastery. Off the cuff, flippant comment would be clicking heads. I'm just trying to click heads.
Okay.
There's an intimacy also
Thanks for the sub,
to the
Topanga.
first-person camera. And now, not all shooters are first-person. There's a large trend these days to third-person.
Bro, I've told you guys this a couple times in the last few weeks. I feel like such a boomer. It's embarrassing, but bro, I can't play first-person games without getting nauseous. I can play for a little bit, but if I play for too long and I'm jerking the camera around first person, I just feel like I'm gonna vomit. It's so brutal. Even with all the settings, FOV, motion blur, blah, 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 I've tried all that. Dude, it's so rough. So I have to play third person. Even when I did my Oblivion playthrough last year, I had to play Oblivion in third person, and it felt so wrong, because I'm like, wait, why is everyone saying, huh? I don't even know what I said. But it felt so wrong to have to zoom out on Oblivion. It's like, what is this? Anyway, I'm a third-person boomer now, so yeah.
I really think PUBG and Fortnite sort of opened that third-person shooter door. And you're seeing games like Arc Raiders are third-person, but to me, nothing is as pure as first-person. Like, you're literally...
I'm gonna let this play through, and I got some lunch, W. Shannon. This is the single-player versus multiplayer section. I was gonna skip it, but maybe I'll eat lunch while this is going. And then the next one is how Blizzard made great games into online toxicity into why Titan failed. So I think all three of these I'm really looking forward to. Anyway.
Living in the world as that being, you can look at your hands, and it's that pure, visceral test of skill of can you click on the thing fast enough. And when it's PvP based, that's coming at you.
Could you lay out for people who don't necessarily know what PvP and PvE is, and single player, multiplayer, massively online multiplayer?
So PvP is player versus player. So that means a combative, if Lex and I are up against each other, we're attacking each other. We call that PvP. You can get killed by another player. Player versus environment is anytime you're shooting computer-controlled opponents. So if it's a game about dragons, the dragon is the environment in PvE.
And we should say that PvP and PvE, the P might be multiple players. So it could be 5 versus 5, 6 versus 6 for PvP, and for PvE it could be like raids where it's multiple people, large groups of people going against the AI.
Yep. So single player, that's a game that you play totally by yourself. Like, you don't play with anybody else. You can't play with anybody else. It's not networked to play with other people. For example, I'm playing a game called Story of Seasons right now on the Switch, which I just play by myself. I have my farm. There's a town. I'm meeting people in the town, and no one can come and join me and interact with that. So it's a very controlled experience. Single-player games are very difficult, or they can be very difficult and expensive in terms of production to create. Like, if you think of a game like Uncharted or Last of Us, that's made by Naughty Dog. Like those are kind of the preeminent best single player games you could talk about. They're very handcrafted. Every experience is made just for you. One up from that is what I call co-op. And these terms become interchangeable, so I'm using some semantics here. But co-op is any cooperative experience that we can play together, but we're sharing an exact same experience very intentionally. And it's me sharing that experience only with other people that I know. So a great example of a cooperative game, maybe one of the best of all times, was Left 4 Dead, which is a game where you and 3 other people go in and you fight like hordes of zombies and you try to progress through to the end safe room. It's a very cooperative experience. A game like Diablo 4, you can play cooperatively.
This is gonna sound so dumb, but did zombies come from Left 4 Dead? Like Call of Duty zombies? Probably. I didn't know that. Oh, it didn't. Which one was first then? Did Left 4 Dead come from zombies? No, just similar timing. Oh, so they're not the same thing. The way he explained it made it sound like very, very similar. No zombie game is still yet to come close to Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, I see. They sounded pretty darn similar in like similar time periods. I don't know if they were motivated by each other at all.
With other people. Now, one up from that is multiplayer, and that's when you're engaging with strangers who are in the same world that you might not have the same cooperative goals as. You might have very opposed goals to them, you might PvP them, or they might just be random strangers that you pass in a town or city and never see again. And then massively multiplayer, which is what the MMO online sort of stands for, massively multiplayer online game. That's when you're breaking into thousands of players. And the world's become really, really big at that point.
By the way, we should say that the co-op could be remote connection, but there's also, what would you call that, couch co-op, where you have 2 people. Some games really designed well for the experience of 2 humans sitting together and playing the game together.
Yep.
Which is a really tricky thing to design for, but if it's done well, it's a really fulfilling experience. Like with a friend, with a loved one, you can like play a game together. And Diablo 4, I should say, is an example of a game that does that really well. They do couch co-op, like 2 people can play Diablo sitting together, and there's a real intimate experience in that.
Couch it's funny because it actually like predates the couch. Even some of those old arcade games, like would have 2 joysticks on them, and then you could play with somebody else. Or there's famous game Gauntlet had 4 joysticks and 4 people playing together. And then anybody who grew up in that early console era, like NES, Sega Genesis was a legendary one. We would sit and we play NHL 93 on the couch, and anybody who lost, you'd lose the controller. And you could play that with up to 4 people playing. Or I remember one of the big games that came out was Mortal Kombat. And we would play Mortal Kombat on the Sega Genesis. And it was the house rules were, whoever lost. So whether you were in your college dorm or just some buddy's apartment and there's 5 people there, you're constantly cycling everybody in and out. But there's just a magic to multiplayer of engaging and sharing in the experience with other people. That's why I've never made a single player game. I have great admiration for them. I don't know if I could do it. The challenge, the reason I love multiplayer so much, the way I describe being a game director or game designer on a multiplayer game, it's like, imagine if you were going to be a movie director and you were going to have all these actors and set designers and props and, writers and scripts and all of this stuff. And your goal was to get a certain movie made. But we're going to ask you, the director, you're going to leave the room. You can set it all up ahead of time, and then you're not allowed to be there or talk to anybody involved in it. And now you need the actors to have an experience. And it's just kind of the wildest, funnest experiment.
From a designer creator perspective, because you don't know what the players will create. So that's fun to see. You lay out the chess.
What, like, so we're talking single player versus multiplayer here. And like, generally I like multiplayer too, although single player can be fun sometimes. What I want to do another distinction, and I heard Reckful say this once a long time ago, and he said, like, you have single player, you have multiplayer, but like when you're a streamer, it's like this almost like this third element that makes it even more fun, because everything you do in this online world, you're sharing it with everybody watching as well. So it's like you're playing the online game with other people, but then sharing it with other people online. And on top of that, you can also play with everyone who's watching online if you like do a viewer raid or a viewer dungeon or anything like that. And that's what like makes streaming so special, is it's like it's going even beyond. So like playing off stream, I've found like just doesn't like hit the same or feel the same. I mean, it's been a long time. It's just kind of like you do something crazy and it's like, oh, did you see that? And I'm thinking like, oh, I wish I was recording, or I wish I was streaming. But maybe that's just streamer brain. But anyway, I feel like it pushes a whole nother level when you start streaming, man.
Board. You lay out the world, and then you get to watch what they create together. That's true.
I struggle because sometimes people call me the anti-story guy in games, and that really hurts me because, like, I actually love story in games, and I counter that I'm the anti-shitty story guy. And what I mean by that is, like, the most magical stories that I've ever heard come out of video games are player stories about, you know, the time I gave Barfa a potion and then I met him in real life. Like, that's better than any video game writing that I've heard in a long while. The player story is so much more interesting, you know? Lex, why do you like the cow level so much? Tell me about some goofy time, like a loot goblin drew.
This is what makes hardcore so fun too, is when you're playing hardcore, there's always characters that come up, like player characters that come up and add to the story of it. Like Twitch chat getting Jessica killed, or, you know, Vixon asking if I want more DPS. You know, or like Tyler 1 calling for everyone to stay in and stand in the fire, or like just these things that happen that are like way more memorable than anything else, right? Like you look back and like that's what made it so special. Like someone like falling off a zeppelin, or like dying on the way to a dungeon, or like even in not hardcore, just normal like classic WoW. Remember like your friends along the way that you made and you saw them kind of leveling up with you, all that kind of stuff, man.
You into the most danger and
falling,
but there was another player there, and then, you know, like those are the stories that I think are more interesting from games. There are some exceptional writers in video games and some exceptional games at story. You know, I've mentioned Naughty Dog, like they're kind of on another level, but Valve has amazing writing. The writing behind Half-Life 2, Mark Laidlaw, the writing behind Portal and Portal 2, I think it was Eric Wolpaw, who's hilarious, just amazing, and Rockstar. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's a game where you can see the expertise and mastery of the game design and the narrative design, and the fact that you can have those player stories of just the goofy shit. Like I remember, because the controls are a little awkward in Red Dead for a PC player who's playing on console. Like I always get confused about like taking out my gun and putting it away, and what's, you know, the L1 and L2. Like as a PC gamer, I'm just like, let me bind this stuff to where I want it. And so like, you know, a guy in town rides by and he's like, howdy partner. And I go to like give him the Arthur Morgan, hey, what's up back? And I just whip out my sawed-off shotgun and like blow his fucking head off, and then the whole town is like, suddenly dude. I'm like I'm wanted and I'm being chased, and then there's a train that like takes out the posse, and it's like those stories, and the fact that Red Dead can have this like touching, heartbreaking story of Arthur Morgan and his journey, but you can also have the player story of blowing off the poor guy.
And that's a combination.
Yeah.
And then Rockstar does a really good job with even in Grand Theft Auto with the radio, it could be kind of a side aspect of the game. That great writing there can help create the world.
Yeah.
With humor, with color, with depth, with heartbreak, all that kind of stuff.
There was a moment in Red Dead where there's the Daniel Lanois song. That's the way it is. I love Daniel Lanois. So the fact that somehow Rockstar landed him and was able to get that song out of him. And there's this moment where you're like riding back and they start that song, and everything up to then had been and gorgeous, like more of a score. There's Woody Jackson, who's like a really amazing game composer. He had done the score for that, and so nothing had been like lyrical with words. And then they play the Daniel Lanois song, and there's like the quotes are coming back from like Dutch.
I haven't played. I watched Savix play a little bit, but not like a crazy amount. So maybe we'll have to do this as well.
And Arthur Morgan, and I'm just like, God damn, this is art. This is like, I know it's supposed to be entertainment. I know it's a business, but the top of the pyramid is art, and it just hit me emotionally.
Yeah, there's certain games where, that moment. And you just imagine the number of people who shed a tear during that moment. Then that's just a reflection of how much you're invested into this world, into these characters. That's a beautiful thing. I have to ask you about this image that you sent me. It's super cool. So yeah, I would love it if we could nerd out about it a little bit. The zone flow for the original World of Warcraft. There's a bunch of zones. It'd be awesome if you kind of talk through how like this world is built. Take me to that time when you're designing this, before anyone else got a chance to play it.
All WoW stuff, it would start from that inspiration of Chris and the world. And, it's so fun hanging out with Chris because we had whiteboards all over the place. And, hey, Chris, we should make Eastern Kingdoms. What do you think it should be? And he would just tell you the story of each of these as he's just drawing. And Chris is a really talented artist.
Sick, dude.
So the map would be gorgeous. I have lots of like photographs of Chris maps.
Wait, Kalimdor? It's like undermined sunken lands? Kalimdor is like this? Kael'Thalas, Northrend, sunken lands. Dark Elf lands, Hyshal, Tauren lands. Huh.
That he would just kind of whiteboard up. He's like, here's the Dwarven lands, there's wetlands with Cosmodon up there, and that's where this, tribe of dwarves were from, and then the, humans are going to be down with Elwyn Forest, and in Westfall there's, this group called the Defias Brotherhood, and they have a place called Dead Mines. So I would talk to Chris because
Chris, man.
You want to capture the spirit. Like as a game designer, you want to capture the experience that's in people's heads. So like take Burning Steps, for example. It's supposed to be one of the scariest places with lava and dragons and, all this kind of stuff. That doesn't feel like where you want to start. It feels like where you want to end. So you kind of work the world flow in a way that puts that at the end. But there was also kind of some magic to the original starting areas where we gave the dwarves and the humans a free flight path between the dwarf hometown was called Ironforge, the human hometown was called Stormwind, and we allowed you to fly for free. So like these little newbies who were, you know, level 5 or something, if you played a dwarf and I played a human, I'm like, oh, Lex, don't worry, I'll come to Ironforge and we'll hook up and I'll just fly out to you, which is the magic of World of Warcraft. You have to fly over burning steps. And
Does human get dwarf? If you make a human, do you get Ironforge flight path? No, you totally have to get it. Right? You totally have to run and get the flight path. You don't get it right away, right? No, it's the tram. Well, yeah, you have the tram. But he's saying maybe this predated the tram? I don't know. Maybe he means the tram? I mean, he's literally talking about flying over burning steps in Searing Gorge. Or maybe he's just talking about once you go through the tram and get the flight path, then it doesn't cost gold, but doesn't it? If you fly from Ironforge to Stormwind, does it cost money? I think it does. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, it's like 50 copper or something. Maybe he's talking about like in the beta or something, it was different, maybe predating the tram. He said free, maybe no charge. I mean, it was definitely like 50 copper. It's like 50 copper or something, I think. Maybe it was just before.
Searing Gorge, and you look down and you're like, holy shit, that looks scary and dangerous, and it plants that seed of things to come.
So you've designed some incredible quests. Is there any that stand out that you're proud of, ashamed of? I mean, you are famously have designed the Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest.
Oh gosh.
One of the most infamous quests in the history of WoW, of gaming, where you had to collect a bunch of pages.
This would be a Jeff quest. This would be. Because he's like, yeah, bro, I love killing the same mob for 8 hours. And like, he loves just like grinding the same. It's like, yeah, bro, let's just try to get all the pages and chapters together. It makes sense.
Green Hills of Stranglethorn.
Bro.
Maybe can you comment on that one, or any quest that you just springs to mind?
Green Hills of Stranglethorn holds a lot of emotional value for me because amongst WoW players back in the day, it was unanimously hated as one of the shittiest, most annoying quests. But it holds a really special place in my heart. First of all, it's one of the few times that I just like wrote a short story that's actually in the game. It's me paying homage to Hemingway, and the guy who gives you the quest, his name is Hemet Nessingwary, which is just me rearranging the letters of Hemingway. There's another quest giver there that's Kerouac's name, also mixed up. And then it was the typical hubris of a junior game designer who thinks he's clever but is actually a dipshit. That's the Green Hills of Stranglethorn, like, summed up. So, like, I wrote the story over, like, it was...
I've never actually read the story. Every time I usually abandon the quest because I'm like, I'm not gonna do this. And, like, I'm not here long enough to actually collect all the pages. And I'm usually a solo self-found player, so I don't buy them from the auction house or whatever, or get traded them. No handouts. At Tuku, by the way. So I usually, like, I haven't actually finished this to read it. And now I feel like I need to.
Winter break, like, everybody was gone, and I just was so happy to be in the office. You know, I'm at Blizzard by myself, writing late at night. And the whole idea, and this is very much what I call ant farm designer, which is bad, which is, you know, you're the game designer who's playing God, and players are the ants in your ant farm, and you want to see what they're going to do, which is not the correct way to be a good multiplayer designer. But I hadn't learned that yet. And there's a really great famous Sid Meier quote, where it says there's 3 types of fun. Fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer. And we catch ourselves. We're like, you know, we got to be really careful. It has to be fun for the player, not fun for us. So this Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest was like an ant farm design of, I'm going to write this, honestly, probably pretty shitty story. I haven't read it since 2003, so God only knows if it's any good. But I wrote the story, and then I divided it up into all of these different pages. And the quest giver, Hemet Nessingwary, wants you to put together, like, the story's like he wrote this book, but then the pages got scattered across Stranglethorn Vale. And when you're doing quest design, you're really thinking about the player flow, and you're directing them from quest giver hubs out into these destinations, and you want them to do all the destinations. But sometimes we would do these bridging quests where you could do anything in the zone, and it sort of had this overlap. And so the pages of Green Hills of Stranglethorn could be looted off of any creature anywhere in Stranglethorn Vale. And it was kind of like that McDonald's Monopoly game where you have to have all the pieces or else you're not going to win. But where I really went south, I don't think the idea in a vacuum is horrible, but where this really fell apart was the interface of World of Warcraft wasn't set up. Like, the pages didn't stack.
True.
There wasn't a dedicated container to put all the pages in. So players had very limited bag space.
Yeah.
And as they're fighting in Stranglethorn Vale, I'm just shitting up their inventory.
Yeah.
With all of these pages. And they only needed so many. Like, you might get unlucky and you have like 3-page 5s that are just junk in your inventory, and I might have like 8-page 6s. And then everybody, and this was the goal, like the designer trying to puppeteer everybody in Stranglethorn chat is like, hey, I'm looking for a page 6. Anyone got a page 3?
But that's actually kind of cool, though. It gets people talking and interacting and trading and, like, looking for page 3. It's like, oh, I have duplicates of that, but can I trade you for page 9 or whatever? That's actually kind of cool. But, yeah, the inventory problem, like, bro, every time I do the quest, I just vendor them all. It's like, bro, I don't have room for this, man.
And that was, like, my fantasy as a designer of, like, and then they're going to be social.
I also play solo self-found, so I can't trade anyway.
And meet each other, and players are going to be appreciative for each other, but really all everybody did was just eventually no one did the quest. They just were super annoyed where they went to the auction house. So the quest is famous in that it was so aggravating and annoying. And it just became a way, it not only became a way for me to learn from my mistakes, but because I was very open with the fact that I didn't think it was good and that the quest had failed, it opened the door for us at Blizzard to be critical of our own work. Like, it's always easier if you're the first one to go out and say, hey guys, I think I made one of the shittiest quests in the game and here's why. And then it sort of challenged people to make better versions of it.
I mean, again, you continue to speak with so much humility, but WoW turned out to be one of the biggest games of all time.
True.
Both in terms of popularity, how many players play it, revenue, and critical acclaim. And then you rose to become a game director of WoW, helping release Wrath of the Lich King, which by many is considered to be the greatest expansion. I mean, there's a million questions I can ask here, but maybe this is also a good place to ask about the famous Blizzard polish. So Blizzard as a company has historically, and you were certainly...
Okay, so we just finished up the single player versus multiplayer segment. Now we're getting into the segment. It's cut off. I think it's just how Blizzard made great games. Let me see. Yeah, just... Oh, wait. Yeah, how Blizzard made great games is the segment that we're heading into now. This next segment is only like 20-something minutes. And then the White Titan failed one I think sounds interesting too. But he's starting off with a question about polish, so let's check it out.
A big part of that delivered these games that were just got so many pieces right and well functioning and well coordinated and just feel finished in a way that a lot of other games don't get right. So what does it take to take this gigantic game, this game played by millions of people, loved by millions of people, and delivered in a way where it's like it all just works?
I think this is a good question because every time I talk to someone about why they play WoW, there's a lot of different reasons, but like MMO players by and large say like one thing repeatedly, and it's the game is so smooth. Every other MMO that comes out, you run around and it's laggy and janky and it doesn't feel good, but WoW is snappy, it's smooth, it's polished. You get in and it's just like, yes, I am my character. This feels great. And that's kind of this polished question. It's like, just feels good. It's not janky, you know? Even if I want to play another MMO, like it just feels janky. It's like, yeah.
To have a level of polish is like a studio-wide culture that has to be instilled in everybody. Like, no one can be satisfied with a bug. Every game is going to have bugs, and Blizzard games have bugs. It's a question of how quickly do you fix them and with what urgency. And as players ourselves, if we're playing as much as anybody else, we're going to be motivated to fix the bugs. There are some really tactical aspects to it too. The quality assurance department at Blizzard is the best in the industry. Like, the people who come and do QA at Blizzard, they're passionate gamers. Many of them want to be developers themselves, and they're not just doing it for a job. They do it because they fucking love the game. And the relationship we tried to develop between us on the development teams and QA was extremely tight. And whenever possible, we also tried to sit as many QA members up with the development team as possible. Depending on the logistics of, in the early days, we didn't always have the space for all of QA to sit with us. We were very fortunate on the Overwatch team to have a large amount of QA sitting with us. And then developing that relationship, in the early days, there were these fears of like, well, QA can't talk to the developers, and trying to shatter that. Because some of our QA members knew the game so inside out, you would just say to them like, hey, dude, just message me anytime. Here's my home number. Like, call me if there's a bug. If you think we're going to get raked over the coals on this, you got to speak up. I don't care what the chain of command is. Like, we got to fix this thing. So QA was amazing.
I mean, so can you speak to QA quality assurance? At the peak of the craft, what does it entail? Like, you're basically experiencing the game and trying to figure out on a particular slices of that experience that can be improved.
Yeah, people simplify the role by just, these guys just get to play games all day and then like let us know if there's a bug. They are so systematic in the way they test stuff. They come up with these plans that are actually amazing of like who's going to test what. There's a lot of regression testing that goes on. Within QA, there will also be compatibility testing. The Blizzard compatibility department was amazing. Like, they had every card, every machine, every configuration, and they would roll through to make sure there wasn't some quirk that was going to come up on some video card or some motherboard that you weren't expecting. But it was all very systematic. It wasn't just Wild West, let's play the game. And then as a developer interacting with QA, you would find that there were certain specialists, whether like for example, on Overwatch, there were a couple of players that, like, we all were shooter players when we were making Overwatch, but I'm not like esports level shooter player. I'm like, Gen Xer, remember Doom, how good I was, type of shooter player. But we had, a couple of these QA specialists who, like, they could just snipe from 100 meters out and hit the shot every time and tell us if there was a frame of input delay. you know, and then you sit that person with an engineer and say, hey, I think there's some input lag here.
That's amazing.
And sure enough, they'd be right. But you have to have that.
That's still kind of how it works. A lot of people that I know that were like top level PvPers, sweaty, super, you know, every little tiny nook and cranny of the game at a technical level they understood, because it's like that stuff matters when you're top 0.1%, right? And they go apply at Blizzard, they get the QA jobs, right? The QA jobs are the ones, obviously they're a little lower paid, they're like entry, but yeah, then the developers talk to these guys, and these guys like have played the darn game. There's, what is it called? Like there's a game play paradox or something, where like there's people that make the games and the people that play the games, and the people that like play the games oftentimes know the direction better than the people that make the games, because the people that make the games don't have the time to play the games as much as the time of the people that play the games have the time to play the games, right? I'm probably butchering that a little bit, but the people that are QA testers have the time to play the game, so their information and the value they can give to the devs is so important, right? And like, it's so important. It's the sweaty guys, man. It's like the guys like us that are just in the trenches playing the game. And yeah, anyway, shout out to the QA team, man, because it makes a lot. It makes a big difference. So, you QA guys, keep sending.
Relationship where the devs trust QA, or just even on like World of Warcraft, they had a great relationship with QA, and that they built out a full raid team to do the raids. And then you're not only like looking for bugs, like, hey, the dragon was supposed to fly, and instead it just like sunk through the world and the game crashed, which would happen. But like, if you really value QA, you're asking them, what do you think? You know, like 10 million people are going to see this. Your opinion, multiply it. You know, it matters. What do you think? You know, are you having fun? Oh, yeah, this is cool. This isn't cool. So QA was important. The other thing that was important is the Blizzard engineering, which you have to architect your game to be hot fixable. And what a hot fix is, games, there's a couple ways to fix them. The way most of us know, because all the software we have gets a patch. You know, you have to update it. You have to download a new version of it. Windows, you know, you get that annoying message, like there's a new version of Windows, and it takes, you know, a few minutes and you update it. You know, obviously we patch our games, and that's where we fix a lot of bugs. But if you really want to run a game like Overwatch or World of Warcraft successfully, you need master level engineers who have architected the client and server in such a way that you can hot fix the game on a dime. And what a hotfix is a server patch that no one's client has to go down for.
Mm-hmm. It's because you're dealing with a huge number of players, and you discover an issue, and you want to respond to that issue really quickly.
Yeah, there's emergency issues, like something's crashing. Like the worst case scenario is anytime the server's crashing. Or in Overwatch, like a really catastrophic bug would be something where you have to disable a hero. Like someone found an exploit and you have to disable a hero from the lineup. You want to turn around that hotfix, if you can, in half an hour, get that hero back live. You might have somebody who only plays that hero, and the only reason they're going to play Overwatch is because that hero's active. You don't want to wait for patches, and you want to hotfix as fast as you can.
And then also to improve the game quickly. To just even subtle stuff.
Players feel it. Like that's where there's this idea of like the love and the craftsmanship of the developer that you can feel. Like any product, you know, your iPhone or Android, or like any computer consumer product, you can feel when there are people who loved it behind it and aren't just putting it out on a shelf. And games have that as well, where you can feel the like heart and soul of the developer in the thing. And some of that's like the joy and delight of like that there's a cow level, right? that's, you know, you can feel the humanity of the development team through that.
Very
but
true.
Another part of that is like, do they clean up their fucking yard? You know, does this game work? Is it? And it's not just the bugs and the crashes. It's like when balance gets wacky and stupid, and you know, suddenly everybody's a barbarian and whirlwinding, and no one else will play anything else. You're like, we should probably fix that.
Yeah.
You know?
Ah, those were the days. I sadly was the barbarian whirlwind guy.
One-handed.
Yeah, it brought so much joy. So a lot of people modern day think of you as Jeff from the Overwatch team.
My name is Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team.
Nice. Hi,
But
Jeff.
you almost have forgot. You were the game director of WoW in an era when WoW was one of the biggest games in the world. Just, you know, looking back, what wisdom can you draw from that time when you got to experience this era of gaming that changed gaming forever, where it's millions of people playing this video game?
It was my first game I worked on, and I joined it as this entry-level dude. I still have my offer letter from Blizzard, which was for $35K a year. You know, that's what I was making. And very shortly after WoW shipped, you know, Alan left his lead before the beta, or like right around the beta. And then Rob took over as the lead designer. And then he left the team very shortly after WoW shipped to go start StarCraft 2. And he put myself and Tom Chilton in charge. Tom is a designer he was a great partner of mine and a great leader. And he actually came from Ultima Online. And so I always looked up to Tom because he had a lot more experience than I did. And this is like early 2005. The world was on fire. The servers were barely running. WoW had taken off like gangbusters. And they basically put me and Tom in charge of WoW. And at the time they promoted me, my title, I didn't even have a lead title. My title was senior game designer. And Tom and I were running the design of WoW at that time. So I thought it was totally normal. And I thought what we were experiencing with WoW was just normal for making a video game because it was the first video game that I had worked on. I thought it was the funnest joyride because we were working on WoW. We were still working insane hours. And then I'd get home, eat dinner, and then me and my wife would log in and play WoW, you know, for 4 hours. And then I'd go in the next day and I'd work, and it was just this
legendary. So like that's why it works so well, right? Like if you have the game devs who are making the game all day come home and play, I mean, sheesh. Yeah, that's when it works, man. That is nuts.
Whole life was World of Warcraft. And I loved it. Like I loved everything from, you know, the creative meetings with Chris Metzen and just what an inspiration and muse he was, down to the simplest, dumbest design stuff that, like, we as game designers, like, you want to talk about why a button is in the lower left versus lower right and what does that mean. That's like 2 hours of discussion, and is there a better way? Like, the 10,000 minutia problems were thrilling to me. And then also the big disasters. Like I had, in the early days of WoW, we didn't really have all the processes in place for like how to deal with being a successful online game. And I literally had GMs, like game masters, these are customer support guys, calling my home phone at 3 in the morning.
Oh crap.
Like I remember this one time there was some faction token in Stranglethorn Vale, and they figured out a way to exploit it. And this GM calls me panicked. It's 3 in the morning.
Oh, no.
He's like, I'm just spawning, what did we call them? Guardians of Blizzard. They were these giant infernals that we just made that instantly death touched anything. We used to have them when we were in the beta, like off in the distance of places players weren't supposed to get in case they cheated their way there. And this GM is just spawning them all over Stranglethorn Vale because he's worried because the players are exploiting. And it's like 3 in the morning and I'm talking in hushed tones because my wife is sleeping right next to the bed. I'm doing this because it was actually like before the cell phone days when I actually had a landline. But that's just how, and I loved it. I loved the thrill
That's wild.
of those big moments, the minutia. And I felt like through the running WoW Live, which was me and Tom together with an amazing team, we kind of learned how to be the WoW team. And putting WoW in a box and shipping it was like only chapter 1 in a 12-chapter book, essentially. And that first, how to run the game, how to patch it, what type of content, how to deal with emergencies, what should our customer support be like? I mean, we would debate, should we have a launcher or not? You know, in the early days, the only reason the launcher existed in WoW was to run anti-cheat on your machine. And we had a moment where we figured out how to put that into the game and out of the launcher. And it was the first time I ever really had an in-depth conversation with Mike Morheim. He's like, you got to bring the launcher back, guys. And we're like, why? He's like, there's no better way for us to talk to our players. And I remember trying to hide the launcher, and to this day, Mike was right. Like, that launcher turned out to be the best thing we ever had. That's essentially what BattleNet has morphed into these days. But all those decisions, and when it came time to make Burning Crusade,
I don't know about you guys, but I've actually really enjoyed the WoW launcher over the years. Like, if you're a Blizzard gamer, it's all your games in one place. It tends to work and update and not bug, and it's easy. I remember the first time I was playing other games, because WoW like was pretty all-consuming for me for a really long time, and I was like, these launchers suck. Like, give me the BNet launcher. Bro, I remember the first time I had to use Steam, and I started getting used to using Steam, and I'm like, this sucks. Like, BNet is so much better. Like, growing up with BNet, or growing up with the WoW launcher before BNet had existed, I was like, kinda nice. You just updates, you play, it's smooth, it doesn't crash and bug out. Like, nice.
You know, at that point, Tom and I were leads. We were full. They had actually promoted us. There were 2 big exoduses of groups that quit Blizzard. They were disenfranchised. If you can believe it, like, we just shipped World of Warcraft, and this whole group just walked out the door. I was actually sitting, my desk faced Morheim's office, and I watched them all go in and quit. And they were the group that formed Carbine, which made the game WildStar. Ended up taking them 10 years to make. And they were just really unhappy with World of Warcraft, and they were unhappy with...
wow.
I don't know what they were unhappy with. They were unhappy enough to walk out the door right after we had shipped WoW.
That's incredible. Like, what is it? Just because...
They left in 2004 to end up making WildStar that didn't come out until 10 years later? So, like, 2014? I didn't know it was in production that long. Wow. I thought they left much later. Like, much later. I don't know when I thought. I thought it was in production maybe 4 years. They left in, like, 2010 or something. I didn't know it was like, that's crazy. Holy moly.
They put their heart and soul in the game, and they maybe get exhausted in a certain kind of way.
Yeah, and I don't want to... It's not fair of me to speak on their behalf. I think they were promised some compensation that they didn't immediately see. I don't know if the game... Like, here's the weird part when you make a game. when you come up with the idea and you start pitching it to people, that's the best the game is ever going to be. And then you work on it, like, you know, games I've worked on take 5 years, you know, Overwatch was 2.5, 3 years. Every day you get close to ship, the imagination of the ideal game gets farther and farther from the reality, and you're always shipping this like greatly sacrificed thing that nowhere near matches the imagination of the inception of the idea. So you become disenfranchised with the concept.
So in some sense, you're constantly in a state of disappointment. You're basically shipping a lesser thing than you've been dreaming about.
Yes.
You're doing less and less and less, saying no and no and cutting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's difficult, psychologically difficult, but nevertheless, the result when you zoom out is one of the greatest games of all time that millions of people played for thousands of hours. It's just
tens of thousands.
Did you ever have an
more
experience, a realization how huge WoW was, in terms of not like statistics on the server and so on, but the cultural impact it had?
The first time was the first BlizzCon, which was in 2005.
BlizzCon special, man.
So when WoW shipped, and this is so weird to tell people, but on the team, not everyone, but a lot of us were very demoralized after WoW shipped. There were all sorts of issues with the servers because the game did way more successful than we expected it to do. And the server load was just nuts. Like we were doing our best to hire database programmers, you know, because we just didn't know how to deal with this sheer scope of the game. But when you're an individual, like, and at that time, like I mentioned, there were multiple exoduses of people who quit Blizzard. They went and formed a couple notable studios. One was Carbine, the other was Red 5. And we lost like kind of our core people. Like when Red 5 started, that was our team leader. That was Mark Kern, and our art director,
wow,
Bill
I didn't know
Petras.
Mark
They
left
quit.
so early.
When Carbine started, it was, I think, all of our animators and some of our best programmers. And like, it's really demoralizing when you lose team members like that. But then we were also underwater.
I wonder what happened. Because so WoW launches, it's like way more successful than anyone thinks, and then everyone at Blizzard bounces. I wonder what happened. Is there a place to read up on this? I know there's that one book. What's it called? Play Nice, I think. Maybe it's in there. What video is this? This is the Jeff Kaplan WoW interview with Lex Fridman. It wasn't their vision, crunch, money. I have not read Play Nice. I have it on my reading list. I kind of want to check it out because I'm kind of curious. Like, it was so massively successful and everyone bounced. That's wild. But then TBC comes out. It might have been that they were getting paid $35K a year. I mean, yeah, maybe. Stress, leadership issues, same old story. Huh. He said it was before WoW hit big, though. Did he? I think it was more like during WoW hitting big. It's like as it was kind of happening.
Like the servers aren't running. We're not able to keep up with demand. And we had to start putting patches out. And now we're making patches like, for a while we had one animator who stuck around. And then eventually he left also. But you're doing like, okay, we got to now do a patch without an animator. A lot of our art team was gone at that point, and you're trying to keep the ship afloat, and the morale was just in the shitter. Like, everybody felt very down on Team 2, the WoW team is called Team 2, and that we had somehow failed. And during that time, there was this idea to do BlizzCon, and the way that started was EverQuest had done these like meetups because they knew it was like a big guild social game. and people would get together at like some hotel ballroom, and you'd sit with your guild at like a banquet room table. And to give credit where credit's due, I remember sitting in the meeting for what was to become BlizzCon. It was Pardo who said, Blizzard's bigger than that. We're not just one game. And I know everybody's focused on World of Warcraft right now. We should do BlizzCon. And at the time, we had a game called StarCraft Ghost was in development, and that was getting ready to show. And there was Frozen Throne, which was the expansion to Warcraft 3. But like, we knew we were going to make StarCraft 2. And then there was a lot of motion happening with Blizzard North, which is a whole separate story. But there was like, hey, we could really do a cool show. That's this BlizzCon thing. And at first, we kind of announced it, and it just was crickets. You know, when you're like excited about something, you're like, man, everybody's going to love, like, we're doing BlizzCon. Everybody's kind of like, crickets, what's BlizzCon? Who cares?
Dang, that's wild.
We're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. Like, there's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening. And then, like I said, give Mike Morheim credit where credit's due. He kept us committed to that launcher, and they put the BlizzCon tickets on the launcher, which they hadn't done before. It was on the website. And so everybody who logged into World of Warcraft suddenly got this like, hey, we're doing BlizzCon.
Man, I never thought about the launcher as such an invaluable piece of infrastructure for them, because the shop is on here now
baby.
too.
We're doing good.
Every time we go in, we have the shop button right there with all of the stuff. I didn't even think about that. It's way more accessible than going to the website. Just click buy. Your credit card's already in there. It's like, jeez. It's all in there. And then for BlizzCon, yeah, same thing. They sell out tickets in minutes.
In Anaheim, do you want to come? Sold out instant. Like, instantly sold out. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. And up until that point, your perception was because you're just reading online.
This is such a good point, bro. I haven't really like talked about this much. Like, dude, when you go in person, it is so different. When you go into BlizzCon in person, and there's Blizzard, the developers, the teams, it's just so much like love, and it's just awesome. And when you are reading online forums, it is not that. It is just complete hatred, complete trolls, people this and that. When you actually like go in there in person, it's like, all right, we're all just trying to make the best game we can here. Let's try to figure this thing out. All the players are there, the fans. It is so awesome. And can't relate. Yeah, maybe you haven't been to BlizzCon, but when you go to BlizzCon, man, it's like all your friends are there. You're seeing everyone. All the devs are there. I mean, it is nuts, bro. My favorite part about BlizzCon, though, isn't even like the event. It's like seeing all the people you've gamed with for like hundreds of hours. But yeah, when if you're chronic, I guess my point of saying all of this is if you're chronically online, it's really easy to get like this incredibly negative perception of like what's actually happening. And if you go outside and touch some grass and like actually go face to face with someone, even that same person is going to give you more constructive feedback, like face to face. There's something about the internet when you're like anonymous and you can just type whatever you want with no repercussions. Things just get toxic. Like online, it just does. But then when you take that literal same toxic person that just typed all that stuff and you bring them face to face with a developer, it'd be like, yeah, you know, I really liked the game. You know, I have some feedback. They just typed all of this crazy stuff. You know, in person we don't act like this, but on the internet we do. Right? It's a fascinating thing. It really is.
And it was, the perception is such hatred because people who are passionate online, they express themselves in the harshest ways because it gets attention. You know, that's the lesson I should have learned from my early days. And it's such an unfortunate thing because then you met these people in person and they loved World of Warcraft. and all they wanted to do was talk about World of Warcraft and hear about what was coming next and be around other people who loved World of Warcraft. And
It's incredible. It's a fascinating thing to me about human nature, and it's absolutely true. And I wish it was a thing that could be solved, but then again, maybe not. Maybe that's just the way it is. But in person, all of the people that are passionate about a particular topic, and whatever that topic is, it could be games, it could be conferences, technical conferences. They're all mostly full of love, and just the way they talk about stuff, they nerd out. Even the disagreements are drenched in this respect and appreciation and love for the game, for the topic. And online, you're right. I don't know if it's because of popularity or clicks or so on, but it's just the way of speaking on the internet is more mockery and
cynical.
If you say, I love this thing, here's an apple, I love apples.
That's literally what I just said, is the same thing Lex is saying. I think it's something with human nature. We weren't built to converse on, we were built to converse face to face, right? You don't just say something completely rude to someone or else you might get hit or punched. Like, you don't say that. But online, you're anonymous, there's no repercussions, you say whatever you want, and it just gets so toxic. But in person, it's like, let's try to have some like, there's just so much more love, man. It's just like, let's have some common ground here, let's talk this out. Even if I don't like what you're doing, let's have a conversation. Like, you just don't say that stuff. But yeah, now that we're in the internet era, the internet age, and it's just like, it's so much more toxic, man.
I love bananas. I love fruit, like, I love X, whatever. You just get made fun of.
Yeah.
You get, and then, so what the lesson you learn from that is, well, I'm just not going to speak up when I love something. I'm going to instead speak up when maybe how much I hate another thing that's...
So as a content creator, and as someone who's, you know, generally on the more positive side of things, I can relate so much to this. Do you guys know how much crap I get for being too positive? Do you guys know how much crap I get for being a shill when I just try to say nice things about the game that I enjoy playing? And if I have feedback, then I give them that too, but I say it in a way that I pretend that they're face to face to me and they're another human being behind the monitor and not just like a troll internet. This is trash. I get a lot of hate for it. But I don't care, because I know there's another person on the other side. I know it's a developer. I've said things like, yo, I don't like the art in retail as much, but I still know the artist is on the other end. And it's like, you know, the art in retail's fine. It is what it is. You know, might not be my cup of tea, but what I won't say is, this art is awful. You know, like, just, it's like, man. It's like, I gotta level up here a little bit, man. Like, I don't know. But yeah, something with that is spot on, bro. The online, like, toxic culture. If you are too positive, you get like hated on. But everyone in real life is kind of more like that if there's another human on the other end. But it's the same thing on the internet, but it's just less tangible. So
similar to it, or maybe join in when we're making fun of a particular quirky thing about, don't you hate it when bananas are too ripe or too, versus like not saying calling out the elephant in the room is, we're all gathered here today because we love the thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's an aspect of the internet that I think is jarring to a lot of people depending on the game. But if you go to Discord or Reddit or so on, in the communities that love a particular video game, if you're not used to it, and I don't often go, so when I go, it's like, wow, there's a lot of like pretty intense kind of mockery and derision and so on. But you get used to it pretty quick and you understand it. And just, I wish there was more love.
I feel bad because I played a role in the earliest development of some of that online culture. It really was social media before it was called social media.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I had this reputation for being edgier than I really was.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple notable posts that survived 30 years that people like to look back on. but they don't look back on the ones where I'm just being chill. And that's unfortunate. I think a lot as a game designer about the design of social media. And unfortunately, social media in general is designed in such a way where the maximum hyperbole works. And that's how you get the most points, is by being max hyperbolic. And usually, unfortunately, it's more in the negative direction than the positive direction. You know, if I say, that's a pretty nice mug. I've seen nicer, but I like this one. No one's interested in that. I have to either love this thing or better,
True.
This thing's a crime against humanity in some way. And it's very self-reinforcing, and everybody sort of feeds into it. And
especially when you're young, I got to see this kind of interesting thing. So I was I spent, as we were talking about here from Pasadena, I've been spending a lot of time in Caltech and working on robots, and we get to see students come in from high school, undergraduates, come in and like a tour, hang out with the robots. In middle school also. And the interesting thing you see, the younger they are, the more prevalent this effect, which is all of them are kind of afraid to show that they think a thing is awesome. You could just feel they're checking, is it okay?
Yeah.
So they're kind of like, the default mode is whatever, everything is stupid, this is stupid, that, because that's the safe place to be. It's a real act of vulnerability. I would say it's an act of courage, especially for a young person, to be like, holy shit, that's awesome. Like
That's a fair point. I mean, yeah, what age is this? Like middle school boys, where it's like, even high school, nothing phases me. Oh, that's not cool. I'm not impressed. Yeah, I'm not impressed by that. That's not cool. It's just like how it was. And then you like grow up a little bit, and it's like, hopefully you grow out of that. But like, totally, bro, totally.
If I think this is awesome, I'm gonna be the nerd. I'm gonna take the risk and be made fun of for saying I love this. In that case, I love this robot. So that's an actual psychological effect that also young people are dealing with in person also. So I just want to say, for young people listening to this, be vulnerable, be courageous, and say you love a thing if you love a thing, and do more of that on the internet. I think people make up the internet, people build the internet, and young people more than anybody else define the future of the internet. So put more love out there in the world. If you love a video game, if you love Overwatch, say you love it.
Yeah, cool.
I couldn't agree more. As somebody who's taken a lot of heat online, like any game developer, you just get destroyed. Doing what you do, you must get destroyed, And it doesn't matter, you get 100 compliments. It's the one, you're supposed to read it and supposed to be fine with it and have it not affect you. It'll stay with you for years.
Yeah.
I have those, and I think of it like the cheesy way I think about it is like, is there some kind of social Darwinism going on? And my big worry is that there are creators, like now being a creator of anything, writer, musician, make online videos, whatever creator means to you, make games. Now part of the skill set is being able to weather like a fire hose of criticism like the world has never seen. And I make up these scenarios in my head of like, would Van Gogh have existed if, Reddit and all these things were out there commenting on, like, how many people were able to communicate with Beethoven in his lifetime or in a week? Like, how many influences could comment on his music directly to him versus like if I want to insult Brad Pitt right now, I can just go on 10 different devices and do it. And it's like, that level of access is very dangerous. And I worry that there is a whole group of people who's receding from us that will never see the brilliance, and they're being shut out by the negativity. There's a very real example was
that's really interesting.
Jay Wilson, who I think is one of the great design minds, who was the game director of Diablo 3, and he took so much heat, it just affected him to the point where he essentially retired from making games. When, wrote novels, I was very happy for him because, I'm glad he found his place, and I think he's getting back into making games now. But we essentially, think how many people loved Diablo 3 and played the shit out of Diablo 3. And Jay is one of the people you have to thank for that, and yet that community basically removed him from making games for 10-15 years. And it feels criminal to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoyed D3. I can relate to so much of this as a streamer, bro. The comments I get as a streamer are crazy. Crazy. One of the things that I've realized is there's tiers to this. So I meet a bunch of you guys in person at BlizzCon, TwitchCon, or just if I'm around town, sometimes I run into you guys, or whenever I'm out in California, I feel like we meet some people because there's a lot of people out there. Anyway, I run into you guys. I've only had a positive, overwhelmingly 100% positive. I've never had a troll in person, okay? Everyone's really nice. We've already talked about that, online toxicity. It's okay, next level of this is online chatting with live video, so a live stream. I have generally pretty positive experiences with live streaming as well. Not as much as in person. There's trolls on live streams, right? But if there's a troll in the comments, at least we can talk. Maybe I say something, they disagree. I'll be like, you have a good point there. Or I disagree with why you disagree. Let's have a conversation. And that's why I like live streaming so much, is because it's almost like talking face to face, but not quite. It's like a level below, right? Or maybe a couple levels below. But then below that, you have recorded video and people leaving text, like a YouTube video with YouTube comments. That to me is a level below. It's further removed from having a conversation with someone, even another step further removed, to where the trolls get way worse in YouTube comments than they are in the live stream. Because in a live stream, you can have that back and forth, and you risk having that back and forth, whereas a YouTube comment, you can leave it, step away, and it's well, that's not what I meant or not what I said, but that guy's already gone. That ship's already sailed. He already left the comment and left the room, and you can't even then have that conversation. So that's a level below. And a level below that is text to text. So no video, like a Twitter or something like that, where it's or a Reddit. And that's pretty much as low as it gets. Right? You have text to text, and it's misinterpretations all over the place. You're not face to face. There's no intonation. There's no video. There's none of that. So it's good points. Yeah, I've thought about this a lot being online. So it's you have your face to face, you have your video, live streams, then you have a video to text, then you have text to text. Text to text, it just sucks. So generally for me, I've gotten off of the whole text to text thing. I haven't been on Twitter, Instagram much in a pretty long time now. Or Reddit comments and this and that. It's I can't even, it's not even worth it, right? The YouTube comments, I'll scroll occasionally, but my favorite is something like this, right? A live stream, a conversation, essentially, or in person, like a BlizzCon or an event or meeting someone, because that's where something fruitful happens. So it's like this tier list, this degradation as you go down the list. Yeah, so that's why you're so happy, bro. Being off of social media, highly recommend. Guys, we're on a golden kappa train. Oh my gosh, Twitch blessing us with a G cap. If you guys want a golden kappa, just gift a sub over on Twitch, which I'll go gift myself a sub, right? Let's mute myself too. Let's see, gift a sub. Gift 5 subs, there we go. Golden Kappa to anyone who subs. Enjoy. Okay, that was a long rant. Let's continue this video.
So this is a call to action again. People out there support, especially young creators. Support them. They need it. Like, you think negativity has no cost, but it does. You're robbing the world of some of the great creations, and also allow creators to suck and to improve. Because that's what the process of creation is like, is to take risks. And take risks mean being vulnerable, being cringe. So doing the thing that, like...
Every creator when they start is cringe, right? I mean, you could still, I mean, I think I'm still cringe. In 5 years, I'll probably look back at my content and think now is cringe. It's like, you know, it's just kind of how it goes. But like, bro, when you put out your first video, I don't care who it is. Is there anyone who put out a first video that's just a complete banger, not cringe? Probably not, bro. Like go to any of your favorite YouTubers or whatever. Go to their first video ever. Go to oldest, or on a Twitch stream, same thing. Dude, it is brutal. It's first one. It's just a learning process, man.
The embarrassing failure where you're standing there you know, in a silly clown outfit on stage dancing, and nobody's laughing. And it's comedians go through this all the time. When they talk about this all the time, when they bomb, right? The act just doesn't work, and you have to go through that, and you have to support the creators through that journey. In order to have great things, we need to support those folks. So after shipping WoW, Wrath of the Lich King,
that was quite the tangent, but that was
again,
good.
Many consider it to be one of the great expansions for WoW.
Yep.
You stepped down as WoW's game director and switched to developing Titan. This epic.
So that was the online toxicity segment. I guess that makes sense. How Blizzard made great games. Now we're on why Titan failed. This part should be very interesting because, to my knowledge, Titan was supposed to be that next big MMO, and it wasn't. So let's learn more.
Huge game that promised to be the sort of the MMO to end all MMOs. I mean, it's kind of a legendary vision for a game, right? It's gigantic, with a lot of, like you said, a brilliant team, a team that's now hardened and knows how to do a great game. But it was canceled after 7 years in development.
7?
Wow. Tell me, what was the vision of the game and what happened?
Sure. So, as we were experiencing success with World of Warcraft, there was this concept in the studio that WoW wasn't going to last forever. WoW would be maybe successful for 5 years and eventually kind of age out. And the studio would be in real trouble if we didn't have another massively multiplayer online game.
Interesting. Okay.
Sort of waiting in the wings. So starting around, I want to say 2006, maybe 2005.
I'm going to pause this just briefly because someone in the chat asked a pretty good question. Winters26 says, where do you get the best constructive criticism? And I think that's a good question because, like, if you shut out all the noise, then, like, who is going to give you feedback? And for me, I would say I get the best constructive criticism from my wife. Like, number one, for sure. Like, she listens and hears the streams. If, you know, if I'm saying something crazy, she'll call me out. She's like my best, what's the word I'm looking for? Beneficial adversary, right? It's like, she'll tell me what I need to hear. So I'm very thankful for that. But it's from people, more generally, from people that I care about. So, and I guess I shouldn't say I don't care about other people, but I just don't know them. So people that are friends. So like a Savix or like a Peekaboo or like my parents or like maybe my moderators or like something like that I have this relationship with, and they're gonna give me feedback, and I'll listen. And like sometimes the good friends will tell me the stuff that I need to hear, right? And that's where I get my criticism from, but not from some random troll on the internet typing on a Twitter post that knows nothing about me or never met me, right? So anyway, hopefully that answers your question. I thought it was a good question, so I paused the video for that. And guys, thanks for all the subs on the Golden Kappa train. Let's keep going here.
The talk of starting a team really picked up momentum, and we were working on Burning Crusade. Rob Pardo took the helm to start sort of Titan development. We didn't even really have a team then. And I remember being like embroiled in Burning Crusade and going to Titan meetings. And Rob pulled a group, you know, from kind of across the company, and we started talking about what this next MMO could be and when it would get going. And eventually it started in earnest, like real development around 2007. The first team members joined. And it was a real ambitious project, including like building a new engine from scratch. I think maybe the first team member was a guy named John LaFleur, who was just a stellar game programmer. And the engine, which ultimately failed for Titan, ended up becoming the engine for Overwatch, which is a great success story for him. And the idea behind the game, it was going to take place in future Earth, and the players...
Just pause real quick, and like feel free to disagree with me here, or like I want to hear the feedback. Could you guys see the next big MMO not being fantasy driven, being like in space or something like that? Like and maybe I'm just off here, but like for me it's like, bro, like not like everyone's saying no. Like I don't know if I could see it, man. Maybe I'm off here, or maybe I'm in my own little bubble because, you know, we grew up in that like Lord of the Rings, like World of Warcraft, you know, there's like mages and warriors. Like, I don't know, dude. Something about like the next big MMO being like spaceships and stuff. It's just like, I don't know if I see it. And hey, man, maybe I'm completely off. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But like MMO and fantasy worlds, just like, oh man, it's like peanut butter and jelly.
Played as secret agents. And by day, they all had day jobs. And by night, they went off and did cool secret agent stuff. And the secret agent stuff was very first-person shooter, but over-the-top abilities, like you would see in Overwatch, because that's where they came from. And the by-day stuff, we were going to let you run businesses. We took a lot of influence from games like Animal Crossing, Harvest Moon, The Sims. We had a brilliant game designer and game director named Matt Brown, who was the creative director on The Sims. He came over. And so we had this vision that there was going to be all this like daytime business house stuff. You could build a house. You could live in a neighborhood. And beyond that, there was also a vision on the technical side, game design and technical side, that unlike World of Warcraft, which the modern day term for is that it's sharded. Mm-hmm. So meaning people play on different realms or servers. And a WoW server, I haven't been on that team in a very long time, but back in the day, you might have 5,000 people on a WoW server.
It's a little different now.
Before they'd have to spin up another WoW server. The big idea behind Titan is that everybody would play on one server. It was a one server, one world game. And the world was massive. It was going to take place in future Earth. And we were literally building like, we had what we call Bay City, which was San Francisco. We had, Hollywood. And then we had to build all of California between that. And we also wanted to build like Cairo and London. And there's this realization of like, how do we connect all of these? The game had driving in it, like full-blown like GTA style driving. It was such a gargantuan, huge undertaking with a brand new engine, a brand new team, brand new IP, intellectual property, setting, which we really wrestled over. Like
One's in the chat if you would play that. Two's in the chat if you would just like stick to WoW if they released that. Titan. Like honest. I'm seeing a nice mix here. I don't know if I would play it, to be honest. Like it seems maybe cooler for like a GTA crowd, or like maybe not a Blizzard crowd. Like a GTA crowd would probably think this is kind of sick. I'm trying to think. I just don't know. I'm like a superhero at night, and I have like doing like GTA stuff during the, like I don't know. But like I said, I'm more of a fantasy guy myself, so I don't know if it would work out for me.
Out that the IP just, trying to figure out, like, are there aliens or not aliens? Like, all that sounds kind of dumb and fun, but when you're building a game, like especially world building, you have to have rules. That's what makes world building work, is that like this exists in this world and this doesn't, and why? It's like, because someone said so, and just the way it needs to be. But that development started in 2007, kind of as ideation, brainstorming, early work. Really got going in late 2007, and then I had to ship Wrath of the Lich King, and it was, we had we always did a champagne toast. I still remember it because it was election day. I think it was like election day and my birthday and the day Obama got elected. And then I left the WoW team on that day. It was like memorable in all those ways. And then I joined the Titan team. And that game, we went on, like the fast forward part of that is we shut it down in 2013. That was one of the most painful development processes that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And probably deep into 2009, I knew that the game in its current form could never ship and would never exist. And by 2010, like after numerous times trying to convince the powers that be that like this game is not going to happen, it's in trouble. I remember going to Mike Morheim in 2010, and like you're going to the CEO of, at that time Blizzard was a big company, and I'm like, you got to shut us down. We're just going to burn money.
That's crazy.
What was your intuition about why? So like, from my understanding, there was a few issues. So one was such a gigantic world, which by the way is a beautiful dream.
I think that's one of the things though that Blizzard has historically done well, is they know where to, they know that like cutting something short and shutting it down is better than releasing just a massive failure. Or maybe they used to do that really well. Maybe they still have, I don't know. But like versus, like, I don't know if you guys have seen what is that documentary? Is it Fire Festival, I want to say? Where like you have this guy at the helm, it's like, no, we're gonna do this, and you just like do it, but it just like is an absolute wreck, and it's like GG's. It's like knowing when to call it quits and being like, yeah, we tried that and we learned a lot about what not to do. Let's not go down this road and cut the losses. And it feels terrible, but then it's like, all right, now we know, right? Now let's move on.
It's kind of Universe Simulator, because I love every game you mentioned there is great. I empathize with the dream. I would love to play that game. But one of the issues, as I understand, was it was unclear what like the quest flow is. Like what are you supposed to really do in this game? What's the thing that connects all of the pieces together?
So it was a multifaceted failure for many reasons.
Multifaceted failure.
Ultimately, the failure of Titan lies with leadership, team leadership, myself included. Like, there's just no getting around that. And then on top of that, like a lot of games you can point to as being like an engineering failure, like the servers didn't work, or like an art failure, like no one responded to the look of the game, or design failure, like it's just not fun or it's tuned poorly. We failed on art, engineering, and design. And I'm cautious about calling out art because some of the best art ever made at Blizzard was made for Titan. My criticism isn't of the art that was created. My criticism is that we never had any art cohesion. So the art looked like it could have come from 10 different games.
And we should say it cost $83 million across those years. So large team doing a lot of stuff, but not converging towards a game that could actually ship.
Correct. As like a game designer, I use semantics a lot, and I like to define my semantics so people know where I'm coming from. Talking about ideas versus vision for a second. Ideas are easy. Ideas, I can have 10 in 10 seconds, let's make a 2D platformer about a mouse, whatever. Like you can, I want a secret agent by day is, doing all this cool shooting stuff. By night is running a flower shop. Ideas are just infinite. At least on creative teams, you have no shortage of ideas. What I call vision is the ability to not only take a great idea, but shepherd it into existence. And you're doing that through inspiration, first and foremost. If you need a team to make it, you need a team to believe in the vision of the idea. And then there also has to be a technological plan for the idea. There has to be a design plan. There has to be an art style for the plan. There has to be a pragmatic production reality to the plan. And Titan kind of was like, that was the hubris of Blizzard in that era at its height of, we were over being hurt about, World of Warcraft. I don't know if people are going to like it. And we were now in the era of like, we made World of Warcraft. We can do no wrong. This next thing is going to be the best ever. And there was also a lot of what I call anticipatory hiring, or like there's opportunity hiring, and then there's also anticipatory hiring. I have the exact opposite hiring philosophy. I won't hire anybody on any team until like we're feeling like we got to work overtime, or like we might not ship if we don't get, somebody else in here. And Titan kind of had that hubris of like, well, we're going to build a really big world. We don't know the story of the world yet. We don't really have it mapped out what it should be like. We don't have the art style really defined. We don't know
So many MMOs fell into the same trap. Even Blizzard's MMO that was supposed to kill WoW fell into this trap. And it's that there's no pre-existing IP. Like, World of Warcraft had Warcraft 3, and it was so successful, and there was so many fans, and there was so much excitement. But all these games, it's like, you try to get people to fall in love with it. It's like, well, what's the story? And it's like, well, this happens. And it's like, it's hard to do that in that direction. Instead, when you have that IP and you have the story that people love, right? And then you turn it into that next MMO, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm into this living, breathing world. It's just much different. And once again, so I'm very excited for the Riot MMO, because you have this world with these characters, with the IP that people love, and it's like, just flesh it out, cool. But when you're just like, oh, let's make the next MMO, and you don't have a story, and you just kind of put a bunch of money into it, and it's like, oh, it's like, eh.
Technically how we're going to make the art or what the constraints of it are, but we know we're going to build a really big world, so let's just start hiring environmental artists. And like in 1 year we would hire like 70 environmental artists from all over the world. We're getting visas and like the top tier talent, because at the height of World of Warcraft, and nobody knew the team that they were coming on. it was Blizzard's next MMO, top secret, and they, their first day at work, like some, poor guy from Belgium just shows up. And he's at his first day at work, and he's like, "Oh, are we making World of StarCraft? Is that?" And they're like, "No, dude, let me show you what." And he's like, "What is this game?" We were in that world, and we hired way too many people. The right way to incubate a video game is you have the smallest group possible, and you try to get the idea across with whatever technology you can get your hands on, using other engines, using art from whatever. You prove out that idea, and once you know what you're doing, then you expand the team. The cliche of idle hands is the devil's work or whatever. You have these brilliant team, huge, and we don't have a roadmap for what we're making or how we're going to make it. And now you're having to deal with all these people. They're coming into your office, you're trying to figure out.
They didn't have a Chris Metzen, right? They didn't have that guy just saying this is what it's gonna be and we're going here and there, that visionary that just kind of mapped it out all in his head, right?
What is the quest flow? How do I design the quest system for Titan? How can we prototype it? And we're like, oh, this prop artist over here is running out of stuff to do. What props should he make? Should he work on Chinatown or the Hollywood set? And you're just making up busy work. The engine didn't work. When we would run playtests on Titan, we would have to tell the team stop checking in because it slows us down. We had this really great technical artist, a guy named Dylan Jones, and he was on Titan with us. And I remember in the last days, we asked him, because he was a very active user, Titan editor was called Titan Edit, or TED, which is, to this day, TED is the proprietary tool for Overwatch, since Overwatch came from the Titan engine, which was Tank. And we said to Dylan, I want you to log your uptime in the editor in TED. And in a 40-hour week, he was only able to work for 20 hours. And you can imagine you're building a team of the best in the best in the industry, and they can't work. So not only are you just burning cash faster than anybody on the planet, it's also imagine having fighter pilots, but we don't let them fly. Yeah. The creative frustration and the way that manifested itself, and how demoralized the team got. It was a disaster.
And so many elements of that were done completely differently for Overwatch, which turned out to be this incredibly masterful execution on a short time scale with a small team with a clear vision. I read that sort of, if you were to compare Overwatch and Titan, sort of the defining characteristic for the Titan team that said yes to everything, and the Overwatch team said no to everything, meaning focus, deep focus on the execution of a very clear vision. And maybe that's the process of designing games, like you said, is, on a team that's full of incredible ideas because it's creative minds, it's constantly saying no. It's a really painful process, but perhaps it is the responsibility of leadership to just keep saying no, which sucks. I guess it sucks to be a leader on a team in that sense because you're constantly saying no.
Being a creative leader, you're in two modes. You're pushing or you're pulling. And whatever mode you're in is the exact opposite of the team. Mm-hmm. When they're not thinking outside the box enough or elevating the vision enough, that's when you're pushing them. Come on, guys, don't worry about the schedule. We got, capture hearts and minds, inspire people. And when they're going a little crazy and endless source of great ideas and really fun development, that's when you got to pull and say, guys, we need to ship this. The best feature we can add for the player is shipping. That was a common phrase that we had.
So when Titan was canceled, I mean, that must have been a gigantic heartbreak for everybody. And there was this moment when the plan was for the Titan team to be disbanded and moved elsewhere, but you fought for keeping some part of the Titan team, the core of the team, together. And Mike Morheim gave you 6 weeks to come up with a pitch for a new game. And you talked about this process. And you've mentioned that there are 3 possible ideas, directions you're thinking about. A StarCraft MMO, maybe an MMO in a new IP called Crossworlds, and then the 3rd idea was Overwatch. Can you take me through those 6 weeks?
Yeah, the 6 weeks, it was supposed to be the greatest time ever, if you think about it, because you're a game developer at Blizzard, and you get to come up with a new idea. So that sounds awesome. Like, to everybody at Blizzard, to all game developers, it sounds great. But we were probably the most demoralized we'd ever been in our careers. At least I was. You know, I didn't know if I was going to be fired. I didn't know if that was the end of my career at that point.
Wow.
And so it was like a really serious, kind of dire environment that this was happening in. And we were given 2 criteria that we had to hit for these pitches. The first one was that we had to ship within 2 years. And that is a very ambitious time frame for
crazy.
any game.
That's crazy.
So that's probably why he instantly steered away from an MMO, a StarCraft MMO or an MMO with new IP or a shooter. You can't make an MMO in 2 years, right? Like, it's not. That's not even. I mean, come on.
But for a Blizzard game, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
And then the second, okay, the second is even more ambitious and crazy, was whatever we made, whatever we pitched, had to have the potential to have World of Warcraft-like revenue.
Right.
And to date, at that point, there was one game that had World of Warcraft-like revenue, which was World of Warcraft. So immediately, I just threw out the revenue thing because it's all fucking Monopoly money to me.
Yeah.
Like, this game money it's insane, and I just don't think about it. That's someone else's problem.
Oh
But
my gosh.
I did want to be as realistic as I could about the schedule part of it. So most of our team, the Titan team, was 140 some people. Most of that team got moved to go work on Heroes of the Storm, the D3 expansion, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone. So immediately, large number of the team was gone. Then we had a bunch of like what we called temp loans, people that someday were going to come back to us, but we loaned off for like 6-month tour of duty. And then there was a very small team. There was a group of engineers that was mothballing Titan. So it exists somewhere at Blizzard at that point. And they were also deconstructing the engine because they knew it didn't work anymore. And to make a new game, it had to be way reconsidered to sort of what it is today. And then there was a very small creative group that was supposed to come up with these 3 pitches and given 6 weeks. And we just sort of arbitrarily decided, like, let's spend 2 weeks on each pitch. The ground rules that I sort of led with is you have to be all in for the 2 weeks on the pitch. So if we're, pitch 1 was a StarCraft MMO, and we have to live and breathe and want it more than anything. And I kind of warned everybody, I said, at the end of this 2 weeks, you're going to think this is the only game idea. And you're not going to be invested in the next. But we're going to throw it out as soon as we finish it and do the next one. And the StarCraft MMO, I actually really loved that pitch. It was called StarCraft Frontiers.
Huh.
And the concept was like less of you're playing like Space Marine, like it was less army.
He's still married to this pitch, and it's been like 12 years. He's like, man, that would have been fun.
StarCraft, the RTS, is always about the 3 races and the giant armies. And kind of what made WoW and separate from the Warcraft RTS series was that instead of being like a footman in the army in World of Warcraft, you were like a lone adventurer, make your mark on the world. So we had this idea. It was this old Chris Metzen drawing of a space prospector. And I love that idea that like somewhere out in like where all the giant StarCraft battles were happening, you know, thousands of Zerg and Protoss and Terran, there's like this like lone prospector on some planet, like going through like a mysterious dungeon, you know, looking for minerals but finding monsters. Like it was that kind of spirit of
That's awesome.
more on the ground level.
I didn't even think about that because my intuition with
That might
StarCraft
have been
MMO would
decent.
be
I
the
don't know.
soldier as part of the army, right? The prospector. That's such a beautiful vision, yeah.
Yeah,
Looking for the resources and on the way finding the monsters.
You want to be on the ground, like what's it like on the ground floor? And I don't want to be a minion in a giant army. I want to be Indiana Jones in space, you know.
Nice.
So then there was this Metzen picture of the prospector, and then two of the most amazing artists, Arnold Sang and Peter Lee. Arnold's the great character artist. Peter Lee's the great environment artist. They did this concept art for Frontiers that was Metzen's space prospector. He's smoking a cigar, and he's got his foot on a Hydralisk skull.
Nice.
And then there's like a med vac in the background, and they're on this like big alien planet. And like that picture, you just wanted to like, here's my money, I'll pre-order now. Like sign me up for that game. That picture ended up being McCree from Overwatch. We redid it.
Nice.
But yeah, that was where McCree actually came from. So that was the StarCraft Frontiers idea. We went all in on the design. We had a world design. We had class design, like how the classes would work, what progression might look like, and you also have to think when you're trying to design an MMO, like what could expansions and live content be like. And we put together a really good pitch. We all knew there's no way you can make this game. Like this, even though it was more focused than Titan, it's 5 years on Blizzard's best day with nothing going wrong. In perfect scenario, 5 years to make that game. Probably with, 150 to 200 people. Like, these 40 people are not making that game in 2 years. So
that's what I was kind of saying. With the time frame in mind, the 2-year window doesn't work for that StarCraft MMO. That's probably why they went with a shooter, because it's like, yeah, you can actually do that.
As much as
Which is also why, sorry to pause it again, which is also why so many game studios these days with all their funding, it's like if you're going to get funding to make a bunch of different things, like how many people are going to fund an MMO? And that's why all these studios are going under and all their funding's being pulled, is because it's like, dude, it takes like 5 or 10 years. Like 5 perfect years, 10 years if not, like so much money, it's just a gamble. It's like if it works, yeah, maybe you make the next WoW, but if it doesn't, it's like, bro. Whereas like some of these other genres, you can pump out much quicker. It's a whole world.
Like again, that was an idea, not a vision, because it lacked the path to reality.
Because that's a legit large-scale MMO in a world that you haven't quite developed in the way that an MMO needs. It was really crafted for the real-time strategy formulation of StarCraft. And since space, it would take. I mean, it would be incredible, but it would be a 5-year and realistically even more.
Like an endless thing that you'd spin on that team. You're making the StarCraft game. How do you get from planet to planet? Is it a cutscene? No one's gonna want a cutscene, but we should probably make it a cutscene because that's easy. But we gotta have space flight. That you're adding like 3 years just by saying we gotta have space flight.
You are. Yeah.
And then how do you make a space game without space flight? We've all played them. We know those games. So
are you essentially, when you're brainstorming like that, and by the way, it's such an incredible thing that for 2 weeks you're just really falling in love with.
Space games for me, I've already said this a bit ago, are like hard to get into because it's like I almost want to be confined to a world. When you have a world that's too big and too expansive, literal space, you don't like, you're just flying everywhere and it's just like so massive. It's like I almost want like a Westfall and an Elwyn Forest and like have some boundaries, right? Like a little bit. I don't know, man. I don't know if I've ever really like for like an RTS it works, but for like an MMO, how would you make an MMO like space MMO work in a really like fun way where you feel connected to the world and it's not just this vast expansive forever, you know? Suator did a good job of keeping it close knit. Okay, so like Suator kind of did a good job with that. Seems like a tough one. Maybe I'm just a space hater. I don't know. I love StarCraft, by the way, but for an MMO, fantasy.
With the game altogether and trying to figure out if it's actually possible. So if you're developing that, are you just constantly trying to say, like, what is the simplest possible thing we could do that's a complete world? Like, are you constantly trying to simplify, or are you allowing yourself to go big?
So when you're brainstorming and you're with the team and you're the creative leader, it's, guys, what's fucking amazing? What's big? What do players need? There's a Blizzard design value called what is the fantasy? What is the fantasy? You want to be in space. You want to be in the StarCraft universe. And then your job as the game director, and if you have a great creative director, art director, tech director, the director should be scoping it back into reality. The mistake I see on a lot of game teams is scope becomes a production problem. You give it to the project managers or the executives or the producers to say, no, there's not enough time, or you guys should hire more. Because,
right,
like, what do executives, what do those types have at their disposal? That they can hit you with meetings in Outlook and tell you that you can hire more people. That's not really how you get the game made.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
The scoping, your best case scenario is when your tech director, art director, and game director are doing the scoping. Because then you know, like, this part we got to spend big bucks on. There's no getting around it. This part we can cheat. If you have a giant team and one guy's job is just to make props, you know, crates and chairs, the guy's going to make that's a AAA awesome developer who's going to put his heart and soul into it. If you let him, he'll take 6 weeks to make a crate. You have to have that moment where you're like, I kind of need 200 crates. So just spend like a couple hours on that one. And that's a hard thing to say to somebody.
You're doing this kind of scope carving while also talking about what is the fantasy. So there's a tension there that you're constantly dancing with. So you're allowing yourself to think big, but then scoping it down and doing that on a scale of days in this case? Like,
yeah, we had 2 weeks. So, and I don't think I was working on weekends, but we weren't getting the group together. So it's, like 10 working days.
And then you like shut it off and go to idea number 2?
Yeah. Idea number 2 was Crossworlds. That was a Metzen vision for a universe. And like, I'm glad Metzen's back at Blizzard, and I hope they make this game someday. The way Chris described it was there's a planet on the edge of the universe that's like the Mos Eisley spaceport with all these freakish aliens and people from all walks of life, and it's kind of seedy and criminal. And there's traders and smugglers and diplomats, but this one planet is sort of the planet that they've agreed to like meet on, and this is like the neutral place. And then the game was going to take place on that planet. So
this is awesome.
Yeah, so that was more of like a world IP driven one that was really inspired by Chris.
And it allows you to play with different characters, I like that idea a lot, because it's a meeting place of different worlds, and then you can allow your imagination to drive what the worlds from which they came from are like. So you don't have to design those worlds.
No, you don't have to design them, but then they're yours. Like if the players really are reacting to like the green people planet or whatever. And someday you're like, hey, what expansion should we make? I don't know,
Yeah.
green people
Green
planet.
people, yeah.
Like, let's do it.
I like it.
So it was actually that it was Crossworlds. We were working on Crossworlds, and like the StarCraft Frontiers, you know, for Frontiers, we were having the class meetings, you know, how class progression worked, like the game designery stuff. And on Crossworlds, we were having a class meeting of like a big decision in like RPG type games is always, are you doing like skill based or class based? And it's usually some combination of those, but class based, you're like choosing, I'm going to be a warrior, therefore I use sword and shield and I do these things. Where more of a skill base is everybody's kind of an avatar, and then the skills that you pick define. So I might take that I know how to use swords. So you're kind of making those decisions. And with all things game design, there's no right or wrong. It's all trade-offs. So the trade-off decision we were making is like, oh, I think we want to be class-based with this Crossworlds thing. And we were in a design meeting, and one of my favorite designers of all time is a guy named Jeff Goodman. He was one of the original WoW encounter designers. He designed like Onyxia and all the big raid bosses. Like if someone has a favorite raid boss, Jeff probably designed it. And he just kind of off the cuff said in this meeting, he said, I wish instead of making like 6 classes, I wish we could make 50 classes. And I wish instead of having like, you know, 100 abilities on the classes, the 50 classes all just had like 1 or 2 things that was really interesting about them. And then the class meeting ended, like we designed our 6 classes in that meeting. And then the meeting ended, and I was back at my desk, and it just stuck with me what Jeff had said about the way he wished he could design the classes. And then I also we had this directory of all the amazing Titan art. And I started pulling up Arnold Sang's characters. Arnold's vision and his art is second to none. And I started taking some of the old Titan characters that we had designed. We had a class called the Jumper, and the Jumper could like teleport forward and rewind time and come back. And the Jumper used dual-wield pistols, which was at the time designed after my dual G18s from Modern Warfare 2. It was my favorite loadout.
Tracer, yeah.
I was just cribbing Infinity Ward. That's where Tracer's guns came from. And we had all these like different guns, like some that bloomed and some that, you know, had this like really crazy recoil, and we had other types of guns. And I took every version of like the Titan Jumper and I just distilled it into what I thought was the best version of the Jumper, which was, you know, the dual wield pistols, the blink.
This is making me think of like, you know how in like with reading, you have like literary history, and like all of these historical books kind of like take inspiration from other historical books and kind of build. And then you can take like a history class of like, you know, of these books and read the greats and get the inspiration and see how all of these things stemmed. There should be in college, or maybe there already is, there should be like a game history class that teaches you all of these historical video games, how they built up and how they influenced other games. And then you have to play them all, of course. I think that would be really fascinating. Like really, I don't know if there's a book out there or a class or if a university is teaching this. Maybe it's too early. I don't know. Maybe there is. But yeah, maybe for people that have become game designers that are in the chat, that would be a really fascinating thing to try to understand. Like, what were the original games, video games out there? And maybe the video games had inspiration from non-video games, which is probably the case. So what are the original games out there that inspired some other, you know, staples that then inspired the first video games that then inspired the, you know, the greats and stuff like that, like, and how it's all connected? That would be a really fun thing to study and like check out. So yeah, like a film studio at a university would be like something like that, but like for video games. You know? Game designers don't know anything, that's the problem. Well, I think there's some that are really good. Oh. Envy typed that. Wait, is that the right Envioso? Hey Envy, how's it going? Anyway, we got a super chat from Greg over on YouTube. He says, just a little thank you for all the YouTube content. Thanks for supporting. It's a massive super chat. Maybe the biggest super chat we've ever gotten there. It's a $69 super chat. So thank you to Greg. Day 9 should teach that course. Yeah, it would be a fascinating thing to like either read about or to get, you know, to like learn more about of how all of these games, because listening to Jeff talk, all of the things that he puts into these, you know, great games are experiences he's had in other games, like a little inspiration here and there. It's like, how does all this actually build up, you know? I teach game development at DigiPen, and we definitely teach the history of games. Bro, so that's awesome. I would love to sit in on one of those classes. That sounds really, really fascinating.
The Recall and Time Bomb, and then I took Arnold Sang art, and I went, you know, to Arnold, and I'm like, what if this wasn't like a class? You know, who is this as a person, not a class? And Arnold, oh, what if she's British and her name's Tracer? And like, that was the origin of Overwatch. And some of the pragmatic part of that was I knew that Jeff Goodman was going to be on this team, and I knew that Arnold Sang was going to be on this team. And it's a play to your strengths moment. Like, what could we make in 2 years with the talent we have? And what is realistic? Like, what could we realistically make? And so then I just sat there and I sort of, I went through a bunch of Titan classes with a guy named the Gun Jack who became Reaper. We had, actually the Ranger got split out and became 76 and became Bastion of all things.
You're describing the game of Overwatch where exactly that vision from that meeting came to life, where you, as opposed to having a small number of classes with a large number of skills, you have a large number of heroes with each their distinct look, distinct set of skills.
Yeah, and the personality was a big part of it, like capturing, this isn't some generic, the jumper, it's this person, Lena Oxton, you know, and she has a life, and we're gonna, you know, make you interested in her.
Yeah, there's like a deep backstory. And that's also what's interesting about Overwatch is that backstory is not like revealed in a direct way. It's like seeps in indirectly throughout the game. So the backstory is implied almost, and it's told not directly. So there's a lot of ideas like this, and so this is the thing that the team converged to.
Yeah, well, and it was funny because like we're having these cross-world, like people are, you know, writing design docs and doing concept art for cross-world, and, you know, we'd have some brainstorm meetings every day. And I put together, it was a 7-page deck, Overwatch deck. And it was called Monetized Shooter at the time.
Yeah.
And it just said Monetized Shooter. And then the first slide was League of Legends plus Team Fortress 2 logos.
Yeah.
And then I had like 6 heroes like sloppily designed. And as everybody was working on Crossworlds, there were 2, you know, co-leaders of that Team 4. There was, you know, Chris Metzen was there and Ray Gresco. And I remember Ray coming over. Ray is like a phenomenal game developer of all time. He like wrote the Dark Forces engine, was the production director on Diablo 3. He and I killed Titan. And then he's at my desk looking over my shoulder, and he's like, well, what are you working on? Is this the Crossworlds pitch? And I'm like, no, this is like another idea that I'm just working on the side.
Wasn't the rule to only work on one in each 2-week period. Like, Crossworlds was supposed to be the only thing they were thinking about. Jeff, what's going on here, bro?
And I show him the 7 slides, and he just looks at me and he says, go show Metzen this. This is what we should make instead.
Oh, he broke his own rule, man.
And then I went and I showed Metzen, like, hey, this is just an idea. And then Metzen was like, yes, you know, like, this is what we should make. And I showed Arnold, and it was Arnold's art. And then Ray tells me, he's like, because every morning we get the team.
That is when you know you stumble upon a great idea. Is when you're like, this, it's like, I don't know, this, I don't know. It's like when it feels right and you're like, yes, that's the one, you know, there we go. That makes sense. That feels good. It's not just like, we could maybe make this one work. Yeah. 5 check passed. Exactly.
Team together because we were in this like dire straits, and we're midway through at that point. And Ray and a producer named Matt Hawley said, tomorrow morning at the meeting, you're going to pitch this monetized shooter idea. It was called monetized shooter because originally when I pitched it, it was free to play and you had to buy the heroes, which is fucking terrible. But at the time, I actually thought that was a good idea.
That's probably why they went for it. Holy crap. Bro, free to play, you buy every hero.
And I'm walking down the hall with Matt Hawley to go like pitch this to this group. Okay. You know, we're supposed to be working on Crossworlds, and they're like, you got to pitch this idea to them. And Matt Hawley stops me in the hall and says, Jeff, you cannot go into that meeting. I refuse to put up a deck in front of the team where the first slide says monetized shooter.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hate that. And that's not the spirit of who we are as, you know, creative development. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like, well, no one was supposed to see this deck anyway. You guys were all looking over my shoulder. And he's like, you need to put a name on it. I'm like, it's Overwatch. Like, right on the spot, I said the name was Overwatch. And where that had come from was when we were working on Titan, I was really angry about this. We did this fake, I did not do this, another leader on the team did this, of this fake, like, we're going to put up whiteboards and everyone gets to vote for their favorite name for Titan. But the person who did it already had a name in mind for the game. And just kept pushing towards that name. And the thing that got the most votes was Overwatch. Overwatch in Titan was like a police group, essentially. But somebody had written Overwatch on that board, and it got the most votes. So I basically named the game Overwatch to, like, high-five my team and kind of middle finger. Like, don't act like it's a democracy when it's not. You know?
So it's a middle finger.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that's
Overwatch,
kind of a cool story.
And then the rest is history. So what in that slide deck is that? In that slide deck, did you already have a kind of crawl, walk, run idea of the way this would be developed?
So my deck was terrible. People actually, there's a thing called a Jeff deck, which is, it's always gray with black writing, and then the default like PowerPoint blue shapes because I just don't bother making it look good.
Oh gosh.
Besides dragging Arnold Sang's art, you know, desecrating it into my deck. We had this amazing game designer on the Overwatch team, a guy named Jeremy Craig, who's now actually game directing a game over at Bonfire. Jeremy, not only was he a great game designer, but he had the ability to sell things better than anybody else visually. So Jeremy took my shitty deck, and then we had lots more like creative brainstorms, and we thought through the game of Overwatch a lot more. And then he made this gorgeous pitch deck that we pitched. We first had to go through the Blizzard production and game directors for them to approve it and give it their thumbs up. Then we had to go through the Blizzard executives. Then we had to go through Activision. And in that deck, because we had to speak to schedule, we had to speak to two things that were tough to speak to. One, we had to speak to schedule, and we came up with this concept of crawl, walk, run. We had identified the reason Titan failed is we just tried to run. We tried to come up with the next World of Warcraft. But if you think about World of Warcraft, it had Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 to build upon, to even get to the point where people gave a shit enough about that world to want to live in the world of Warcraft.
Exactly, yes.
So the idea was that instead of trying to cut right to World of Warcraft, let's try to honor Warcraft 1, essentially.
Yeah.
So this first game is just to establish that there's a universe you might give a shit about.
Exactly.
We also knew that the time frame we were given of 2 years, there was no way to create a compelling PvE experience.
I think what Jeff just said right there is what I've been trying to like scream off the rooftops for these last few years is you can't just build an MMO if no one cares about the world, because why should anyone care? Like, I think every MMO kind of falls into the same problem. World of Warcraft had the Warcraft IP. That's a big deal, man. And that's why League of Legends coming out with a League MMO, I'm very hopeful for. I'm still not calling it a WoW killer, but I'm very hopeful for. A lot of people care about Runeterra. A lot of people care about this world. It's just instantly something for people to understand and care about. So it's like, it's gonna be instantly more successful than all the ones that just spun up random IP that no one cares about. It's like, I'm glad someone else said it. Thank you, yes.
So we just kind of randomly put dates in a slide of crawl, walk, run, thinking it was aspirational, and really we were just trying to save.
I want to go back and watch this. So what is this? Launch Overwatch Strike Force PvE co-op. Oh, I see. Wow. So they were actually gonna do an Overwatch MMO like 5 years later. So they even pitched it as slide from the Overwatch pitch deck. Wow. So they were gonna create a world first with like a little shooter, get people invested, and then make the MMO. Interesting, I never knew that. And this is all after Titan was scrapped. Yeah, and then they decided to just obviously not do the MMO yet. Probably not happening, right? Or the PvE co-op mode. Does that exist? I don't think so. Super interesting.
Run, thinking it was aspirational, and really we were just trying to save ourselves. Like, don't cancel us. You know, this team can make something great. The other part that we had to talk to too was like a mobile strategy. Like at that time it was like everything has to be also on mobile, which I think is the dumbest thing ever. And so literally what we did is, this was Jeremy's brilliant part. We had a picture with all the boxes, and then one of them is like a tablet with just the fucking Photoshop of, you know, Arnold's art on it. And we're like, and also it'll be on mobile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But I think this crawl, walk, run idea is really nice. So that the initial idea is you would have basically a shooter with all these different characters, all these heroes, and then the walk would be the PvE version of that co-op, and then if people really fall in love with the world, then you build a big MMO around it. Quick pause for a bathroom break.
All right, guys. Wow. So we watched why Jeff left Blizzard and Diablo 4 and getting back to making games and The Legend of California and early Blizzard culture, building World of Warcraft, how WoW changed video games, single player versus multiplayer, how Blizzard made great games, online toxicity, why Titan failed, and Overwatch in 6 weeks. So we've watched almost this whole video now. Whoops. Okay, it's 3 p.m. That was such a good watch. I don't know if I'm gonna watch any more. We watched almost the whole thing in reverse order. We watched like the end first and then the start. There's some early stuff that I didn't watch. If you guys want to check it out, it's just Jeff Kaplan interview with Lex Friedman. It's all over YouTube right now. I'm getting spammed in my recommendations. The first part of it, which maybe I'll watch another day, or just maybe I'll watch tomorrow, maybe off stream, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. It's just like early games like Pac-Man and stuff, his writing career, EverQuest, and then getting hired at Blizzard. And like we started like here. So yeah, if you guys want to watch that, maybe I'll even check out this first hour, just kind of like an intro hour. I did not mean to necessarily take the entire stream to watch this video. You have to watch the reason he left Blizzard. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, if you guys missed this one, I'm sure we'll do some more recaps and stuff on socials, but basically Jeff was I don't want to paraphrase this incorrectly. He was like put into a room basically saying, you know, you need to bring in this amount of money in this amount of time with Overwatch, or else thousands of people are gonna get fired and it's on you. And he's just like, bro, I'm out. Like, what? But yeah, that's like in here in this part. We already watched it. But yeah, dang, I really enjoyed that, man. Did you guys enjoy that as much as I did? We watched, man, I'm 6 hours into the stream. Yeah, we watched that for like probably good 4. I mean, I probably yapped for a while. I tried not to pause too much and just let the video play, because I've never really done a long form react like this where it's like literally hours. If I were to pause as much as I normally do, we would never finish. So I tried to just not pause and let it play unless like I really needed to spit something out. So hopefully that worked out, but geez, that was, okay, we are 6 hours into the day. This is crazy. Let's log into the game and do what we were gonna do, but now it's 3 p.m. Cool. We gotta, guys, I missed every single sub of the whole stream I haven't said thank you to, so thank you guys for subbing, seriously. You own. We had that golden kappa train. We got a $5 super chat just now from CE. He says his EverQuest story and how he got hired is legendary. Okay, cool. So maybe I'll even check it out tomorrow at the start of the stream, or maybe I'll check that part out off stream. Because yeah, there does seem to be more interesting parts too. Let's play the game for like at least a little bit today, and then figure it out. I love hearing about early Blizzard. I know, I'm such a sap for that kind of like content, right? Like how we came about, how this brilliance happened. Was it like a mistake, or, you know, like I just love it, man. What am I actually doing? So we haven't played retail in like a day. We're caught up on our campaign. Oh yeah, I was gonna get hard mode delves done like a little bit more. I think I have 2 more, or not delves, prey. Hard mode prey. I think I have like 2 more to go. Just gonna maybe do those while messing around with some world quests to start. And it's interesting to hear how much influence Metzen really had on things. Oh yeah, I didn't know that either. Like Metzen is like really kind of the backbone of everything. I didn't really understand that. Let's just start here. I kind of want to read that one book called crap, what you guys kept asking if I read it. It's in my reading list actually. Play Nice. I think that would be a really fascinating read. Crazy Hooker, thanks for the tier 1 sub, man. Okay, let's just go over here then. I want to read his short story from Green Hills now. It's just cool that there's a story behind all these different things, you know? Yo, Crazy, thanks again for the sub. It's just kind of cool to hear about him a little bit.
All right, guys, we're cruising through. I want to keep the momentum going. I don't really want to hear Jaru yap. I was really enjoying that interview. Let me see if I can real quick. What was his name? Give me a second. Jeff Kaplan.
there's 3 types of fun. Fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer.
Is it PvP?
It's all PvP. In fact, Rust is the most PvP thing in all of PvP.
I don't know what that means, but
Rust players know what that means. My whole career and my family are thanks to EverQuest, so I think I won the game. And we're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. Like, there's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. I had believed I would never work anyplace but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was. And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come. And that was it.
How painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me.
Now, meanwhile, as far as the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth. But you were actually working on a game. The following is a conversation with Jeff Kaplan, a legendary game designer of World of Warcraft and Overwatch, which are 2 of the biggest, most influential games ever made. He is genuinely one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. In the many conversations I was fortunate enough to have with him, including while playing video games, he was always kind, thoughtful, hilarious, and still and forever a legit gamer through and through. Of course, he's always quick to celebrate the incredible teams of creative minds he has gotten a chance to work with over the years. And they are truly incredible. Blizzard has created some of the greatest games ever made. Games that, to me personally, have brought me thousands of hours of fun, meaning, and happiness. From Warcraft to Starcraft to Diablo, WoW, Overwatch, and more. So for that, a big thank you to Jeff, to the entire Blizzard team, and to every creative mind in the video game industry, giving their heart and soul to build video game worlds that we fans get a chance to enjoy. This was a super fun, inspiring, whirlwind conversation, pun intended, with one of the most beloved gamers and game designers ever. Full of memes, lulls, wisdom, emotional roller coaster moments, and of course, Blizzard video game lore. Jeff left Blizzard in 2021 and has been secretly working on a new video game called The Legend of California that I got a chance to play with Jeff. It is incredibly beautiful. Set in the 1800s gold rush era of California, it's an open world online multiplayer game, part adventure and action, part survival, sometimes creating a feeling of loneliness and desperation, and sometimes just awe, watching the sun rise over a beautiful landscape. It's unlike any game that Jeff has ever worked on, and it's a game that I genuinely can't wait to play with all of you. You can wishlist it on Steam, join the alpha later in March, I think, and early access is on the way. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Jeff Kaplan. You were first a legendary video game player, in particular in EverQuest, before you ever became a legendary video game designer on World of Warcraft and on Overwatch, which I think is a wild journey to go through, from gamer to designer. But first, let's go way back. When did you first fall in love with video games?
I was lucky. I was born in that golden era of coin-op. So I literally remember the first time seeing Pac-Man. I was with my uncle Ronnie, and he just kept feeding me quarters. I think he wanted to play but was too scared to. So he, his little nephew, he would just give him quarters to play Pac-Man. I remember being at my brother's graduation in Philadelphia, They had an asteroids machine in the lobby. That was one of the first coin-op machines I had played as well. And my brother and I we would try to get the high score, and we'd finally get it, but we had to go to bed early because we were little kids. And then in the morning, somebody else had like beat our high score. And then, you know, I grew up in Southern California in the 80s. I was born in 72. So, you know, I was a kid with that skateboard BMX culture where we'd ride 2 towns over. We knew all the pizza parlors and liquor stores and arcades, and we just lived in that coin-op phase. That was where the love started. And then you started to see things like Pong. You go over to a friend's house, they'd have Pong. And it was just mind-blowing, like we're playing this thing on the TV, and it was so much fun. Atari was a big thing at that time as well. But the big one for me was actually in television, because my dad was an executive recruiter.
I glitched the
and
game
one of
somehow.
his clients was Mattel. And he said, hey, they gave me this thing, and he would get discounts or free games. And my brothers and I just loved in television. Like, we would just play it endlessly. And the comparison was always like, is this game close to what's in the arcades?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just such a golden era. And I think the big moment where it really blew open and kind of hit the next level was when the NES came out. And that, like, NES with Super Mario was kind of gaming at the next level at that point. And I have like warm, fuzzy memories even thinking about it to this day. I remember we played Super Mario for weeks, my brothers and I. And then I had a friend come over, and he showed me all the secret stuff in that I didn't know existed at the time. And it was like suddenly the world opened up more, and games could be more. And then there was like a big PC gaming push that hit me. My parents ran their own business. Like I said, my dad was an executive recruiter, and they bought an IBM. And this is like when it was DOS before MS-DOS existed. And I was so disappointed because like other kids had the Amiga or the Commodore, which, you know, they were better for gaming than the IBM at the time. And my mom, she really encouraged my brother and I. She bought us Zork. You know, it was just Infocom word games. And where your imagination would take you, like Zork holds a place in my heart I think few games will ever touch.
It's a text-based game?
Text-based game. You know, you just type in, go west, open mailbox, you know, and...
Okay.
But it's that power of imagination. It's why the book is always better than the movie, you know?
Yeah, so you're starting to see these creations of worlds that you can navigate.
Yes.
You can step into this world and you can lose yourself in that world.
Yeah, you're transported. You're living there.
Was Zork popular?
Zork was insanely popular. And then there was Zork 2 and Zork 3.
The trilogy, Zork trilogy. I see it.
And it was weird in like sometime in the 90s, there was this era of what they called CD-ROM games. That's how they branded them. And they made a return to Zork, but it now had graphics. And somehow that just shattered everything because the Zork you knew in your head didn't exist anymore. Yeah, Zork was fantastic. I think it might be open source now, which I think is fabulous. But I highly recommend Zork. There was also in those days on the PC that worked on our IBM was Ultima, which was the Richard Garriott series. And he was Lord British. We knew him as Lord British. He put himself in the game. And you want to talk about world building. You know, there was Hugh Forrest, and there was all the characters. And the first Ultima I played was Ultima 2, because Ultima 1 was before my time. And that series, it was this RPG group-based PC game, and the worlds were just so rich. Like, you could get on a rocket ship. You're playing in this fantasy world, fighting demons, and yet somehow you could get on a rocket ship. And then there was just all of this sort of crazy stuff that would happen in games that are based in the world. Like, there were bouncers in the towns and merchants, but if you really wanted to, you could try to rob these people or kill Lord British. You know, that was something that was super hard. And when you're just a jackass kid, you spend your time endlessly trying to do these things over and over. And Ultima was really a profound kind of experience for me.
And of course, that led to Ultima Online, which is a legendary game in itself, perhaps connected to EverQuest.
Yes.
Sort of starting to build these worlds that are massively multiplayer online video games. Can you take me to that journey? Like, as you start to get online MMO world, what were influential? What were fun for you?
Well, the big one for me was EverQuest. But like you mentioned, Ultima Online sort of was the predecessor. It came before EverQuest. And it was like one of those unfortunate times in my life where I was actually at grad school.
You were busy.
I was busy, and I missed Ultima Online. Like, I would have had that experience. And when you hear the Ultima Online stories, they're some of the craziest, funniest. You know, I knew somebody who they learned how to poison in the game, and then they would poison apples, then leave them on the ground, and somebody else would be adventuring, then feed the apple to their horse and kill their horse. Then they steal all their stuff. And, you know, Ultima Online was it was the earliest grief-based experiment, really, like when you're treating the humans like ants in the ant farm. That was kind of Ultima Online. So
yeah,
my first, like, what defined online gaming for me was Quake and Doom and Duke Nukem. You know, it started with Doom, and you could basically LAN. You could network with your friends, or you could connect with a modem and hook up with somebody. And that was like a mind-blowing, just seeing another entity in a video game and saying that's a person on the other side of that. That was magical. Like, that moment happened, and that person could be in another room or across town from you. And Quake kind of took it to the next level. Like, that's where everybody knew what they were doing. The systems were more refined, and this Quake community formed with all of these, you know, great websites, mods. The community was divided into, there were two castes of players. The low ping bastards, the LPDs, and then the rest of us, you know. And I remember rolling into Quake matches, you know, on a dial-up modem with a 300 ping connection, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And just connecting with people. Like I said, the websites, to this day, the only gaming website I read, I don't read any of the news sites anymore, but I read Blues News, which was like someone actually teased me recently. I linked them a story. I'm like, oh, did you hear this new thing's coming out? And I sent the link, and they're like, dude, this is from Blues News. Like, what time machine did you just step out of? And a guy named Steven Heaslip, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong. I apologize. And it was actually through that site that I learned about EverQuest. They had those programmer plan updates, the .plan files, and guys like Carmack would, you know, they'd post about what code they were writing or how they had optimized something, or just their personal life. Like, you know, the Ferrari talk would always happen once they had achieved success. And there was an id programmer named Brian Hook, and he said, I'm leaving id to go work at Verint, which became Sony Online, to work on this game called EverQuest. And I was like, how does anybody leave id, the greatest institution in all of gaming ever, to work on any other game? I'm like, this guy must be crazy, or whatever this EverQuest thing is, I need to see it. I need to know what's going on. And if he hadn't made that post, I never would have checked out EverQuest.
We'll talk about EverQuest, but since you mentioned Carmack and Quake, what can we say about the genius of John Carmack? Why was he such an important and influential human in the history of gaming?
Those early geniuses at id, like, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now if they hadn't had the breakthroughs that they had at the time. Gaming engines were evolving, but the level of breakthrough that they achieved with Wolf 3D, that was the first. I remember playing Wolfenstein when it was a 2D game.
Mm-hmm.
You'd run around, you dress up as a German, you throw a grenade.
Yeah.
To see it in 3D. And it's funny, you look back at the screenshots or videos of it now, and it seems almost childish, like, oh, why were you so excited about that? And you were transported. There was the intimacy of first person, putting the hands in front of you, holding the gun, being transported to Nazi Germany, but you're the hero fighting the Nazis. And then the evolution, like when Doom came out, I'm a huge Army of Darkness fan, like one of my favorite movies of all time. And I was like, this is Army of Darkness, the video game, like, give me the boomstick, here we go. And the graphical advances, but it wasn't just how the game looked, it was how it played. The smoothness kept getting better, the responsiveness, the sharpness of the gameplay. You have to credit id in those days, and Carmack and Romero. As somebody who worked on an FPS, that wouldn't have existed without them. Credit where credit's due.
And by the way, we should say, as a gamer, your range is incredible. You are a legit first-person shooter gamer, but you're also obviously love the more MMO, world-rich, exploratory kind of game. So it's fascinating. But yeah, there's on the technology stack that brought something like Quake or Wolfenstein 3D to life, there's a threshold which you pass of realism where you can immerse yourself into that world. I had the same exact experience with the Wolfenstein 2D, taking a step to 3D, and it was like tears in my eyes. Like, this is incredible. Like, my memories of Wolfenstein 3D is it was like ultra realistic. It's silly to say now.
Yeah.
But it was the feeling like you're there. Yeah, what an incredible age. And some of that, the storytelling, a lot of that is the technology that brings that kind of 3D world to life. It's incredible. But before we get too far on that tangent, you mentioned grad school. We should mention that you have a master's degree in creative writing from NYU, and you wanted to be a writer. You told me your main influences were Kerouac, but also Hemingway, Salinger, Bukowski, Orwell. What drew you to storytelling in that medium of writing? What aspect of the human experience were you trying to put down on paper?
Well, it started with being a fan first and being inspired and reading, and it's not only being transported to a different world or into a different person, but also, the way that stories can touch emotions in you and trigger feelings sometimes you didn't even know you had. And that was very appealing for me. And the big challenge with it is, and I think this is for anybody who creates anything, is putting yourself out there. To some degree, there's a lot of ego that goes into that moment where you say, well, I've been reading, 1984 or Green Hills of Stranglethorn, and I think it's amazing. And now I'm going to try to write something that somebody is going to read. That's a giant leap of faith. You know, it's a moment of putting yourself out there completely. And there's got to be some part of that that's ego. There's some part of it that's masochistic. And I think for people who want to create and build stuff, they can't help but to do it. You don't really have an option. That's just how you're wired, and you're going to do it anyway. And, you know, I admire people like Dickinson who can just write all the poems and leave them in a drawer to be discovered by somebody else. You know, that's one way to go about it.
Yeah, Franz Kafka, you know, a lot of the stories he wrote never published, and he asked for all of them to be destroyed. And then it's only because of his friend that ignored his request that we even have many of his stories. So, like, to be that kind of, I mean, clearly there's some masochism there, some tortured soul.
Yeah.
But then there's also the ego, like you mentioned. I'm always entertained by the story of James Joyce when he was a young man, 18, 19, declared that he's going to be the greatest writer of the 20th century. And he turned out in the eyes of many to be one of the greatest writers of the 20th century. But there's like millions of kids just like James Joyce writers. They're declaring exactly that turn out not to be. But that is, in some cases, in many cases, maybe most cases, you have to have that ego.
Yeah.
To say, I read 1984 and I'm going to write the next 1984.
Yeah, and I do think ego is a big part of it. It's one of the many lessons I've learned. Hearing your Kafka story is funny because fast forwarding to how my writing career ended, I literally threw away everything. I mean, in a dumpster. I used to keep copious notes, like journals, my writing journals, everything I ever read, every story idea. I probably had 20 volumes of just handwritten notes. And then I also kept personal journals of just, you know, to keep the writing habit up of just, you know, what happened in my day, how I was feeling, all of that. And then either digitally or typed, I had all of my manuscripts and I threw it all in the dumpster.
What was that decision? Do you remember that decision? What was that? What was that like to just take that part of your life and just put it in a dumpster?
Yeah, it was, I think it was necessary. It was necessary. This is like rationalizing it after the fact, you know, which is easy to do, you know. But at the time, I think I was so broken and so defeated with failure that I needed the moment. It was like throwing in the towel for a boxer, you know. It's that moment of like, I'm not going to win this fight, and you need to move on from it. And if there was any element of that sitting around, I'd be tempted to try again or bring it out of the drawer 10 years later.
We should mention that you did give it a real try. You've mentioned receiving over 170 rejection letters in 1 year when submitting your stories. So there's a lot of rejection. So there's a long chain of rejection. And then what was that like? The rejection?
It was hard. I had moved from New York. I did the most terrible, dumb thing that I knew I was doing at the time. I had a really great group of writer friends from grad school in New York. And I think writing's a very
Let's go, baby. There it is. There it is. There it is. Go, go, go. And time. Woo, baby. Let's go. There it is. I'll find out afterwards how long it was. And I took, like, you know, yeah, let's go, baby. The first 70-star speed run. Continuous. Woohoo! It's a me, Mario. I'm gonna win. Let's go, baby. Dude, we did it. Woohoo! Oh man, I made a lot of mistakes, but I did pretty good. Dude. I had like 30 lives, like 29 lives at the end.
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you. Here we go! Listen, everybody. Let's bake a delicious cake. For Mario.
Let's go, baby. Mario! Mario! Yeah! Alright, there you have it. The first 70-star speedrun. Butterball! Woo! Oh! Shigeru Miyamoto! Butterball! Oh, the monkey. Woo! Let's go, baby. Like and subscribe. Thank you so much for playing my game. Hey, let's go, baby. We freaking did it. Dude, I wasn't even planning on doing it today. We freaking did it. Alright, like and subscribe, guys. That was one hell of a journey. I'm going to clip it and ship it. We finished our oolong boba tea. Let's go, baby. Hey, 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 hey. Like and subscribe. Hey. Good work, everybody. Let me get Butterball real quick. Alright, let's get Butterball and Ducky. And Slothy. Woohoo! Let's freaking go. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Slothy. Woohoo! Let's go, baby! Yeah! Alright. And let me get a little... Okay. Alright, let's clip it. Clip it. Thanks for watching, guys. We kind of a little over prepared because it was like I had a lot of stars I could have gotten, and there was one, I could not find the kick to get the stars in the first snow level. I could not find that one. I know it's like hidden somewhere. You have to go like an awkward way to get underneath the level. So, all right. Catch you guys later. Peace. All right, let's see how long it was. Let's see how long it was. Let me change the name of the stream too. I'll call it hold up. That was, listening to the interview in the background made that a lot better. No, not the 120 star challenge. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the right promotional artwork. Why can't this be easy? Here, I'm just using that for now. Alright, give me a second. Let me think real quick. So this could be the filler promo. Mario 64 promo. Real quick on the fly, let's see if I can make the thumbnail real quick. This. 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 And this. Hopefully that's good enough. I don't know what color is going to be. Probably a different color, right? No. Purple. That should be fine. That's not very... Okay. That's kind of decent. It's a little hard to read. Hold up. Almost there. Maybe this is where... What about dark purple? That's kind of hard to read. Sometimes this is one of the harder parts of... Maybe the blue is fine. All right, let's see if one of those looks good. Give me a second. It's hard to do. It's fine. It can be tricky to do the thumbnails. Mario 64 promo 70 stars. I'm gonna say is there a better one? Let me do this one. There we go. All right, hold up. Holy moly. It's a marathon. That's a freaking marathon. That is a freaking marathon. I might just upload. All right, let's see. Let's just like hold up. Let's see. So it was probably this.
So it happens that it's part.
What like more?
Oh,
Watch.
Hey, I want to.
We had.
So it happens that as part of doing that, you're also leveling the character.
Dude, this is my. We had so much fun with that.
Dude, it was 3 hours. I was doing that clipping thing crap. It was like 3 hours. 3 hours.
So it happens.
Yeah.
We had so much fun. So Pat and I kind of designed the quest system. It was Alan's idea to have it in the first place, and then there was that. My God, Pat, that was.
So it's doing the clipping all throughout.
So players had grammars.
Oh, you step down.
Let me check something real quick, because I thought I had this fixed, but... Yeah, so that didn't work. Alright, I'm just going to try to put it back to this. Alright. That's a little bit irritating. It's okay, though. Dude, I'm like a little delirious. All right, here we go. Jeez. Dude. All right. Wow, it actually may take a while to upload. I'm uploading it anyway. I don't care. So I'm going to take a little break. Wow, this is going to take 2 hours to upload. I'll just let it sit. Very interesting. All right. Let me also window capture. Cleaning up the thing. Okay. All right, guys, I'm pretty exhausted. All right, I'm going to let that video post, but congrats, everybody. It took 3 hours. So, yep, I'll catch you guys later tonight. Jeez, it's already it's past dinner time. Wow, we've been streaming 6.5 hours. It took 3 hours nonstop.